All right, it's time.
The stories of creatures that may or may not exist. Now, when most people think of cryptids, they think of things like Bigfoot and Mothman and other known characters in cryptid lore. However, there is a wealth of creatures out there that exist that the majority of people have never even heard of. Things that exist in an esoteric fashion, or are figments of the mind that have been manifested into creatures. This all gives the implication that the world is much more proliferated with creatures that we can't explain than we like to think. I'm going to save it there because my next video is going to be a huge dive into cryptids and advanced cryptids themselves with a special guest who I'm excited for. So this is a teaser for that. Just wait. Asian Overlords Triad is in reference to the idea that mobs in Asia have much more power than most people think. Specifically Eastern Asia, in which regions like Hong Kong have one of the most powerful crime syndicates in the world. The idea being that by running connections back and figuring out who pays who, these crime syndicates control a lot of the politics that exist in the Chinese government. Not only that, but the idea that the reason crime is allowed to be so proliferated in the underground world of Hong Kong is because the Chinese government is allowing them to exist and they have a sort of symbiotic relationship in order to keep Hong Kong in check. This applies further to say that the same can be said about the Yakuza in Japan, and even Asian mobs that supposedly act independently throughout other parts of the world are actually controlled by a centralized government. Looking at dark energy is our next super weird physics concept. So known matter in the universe makes up like 20% of everything that supposedly exists, whereas dark energy makes up about 25. The rest is dark matter, but we're not talking about that right now. Supposedly dark energy exists absolutely everywhere and does not conform to any of our understanding of electronics, magnetics, heat, or anything that we can really use to prove its existence. The reason this is theorized is because gaps that exist in our understanding of how molecules and the world operate around us, and several believe that we are on the fringe of technology to being able to create something that can detect this dark energy. While some believe this can be used as a sort of power source that would be pretty much infinite considering it makes up more matter than the matter that exists in our known universe, others theorize that perhaps the reason we can't see it is because we're not supposed to, and perhaps these are the fibers that hold us together from a fabricated reality we exist in. The 2006 volleyball incident is the tragedy that never happened. See, a lot of people remember that there was an event of some kind, either a school shooting or a bombing, that happened during a high school volleyball game in 2006. Stories range, but everyone remembers that it came from either the Nebraska or Dakotas region of the United States, and several people remember specific details of people saying that it was worse than Columbine. There are several stories that exist online of people traveling to, say, Mount Rushmore, and then hearing on the radio that there has been a, quote, massacre at a high school. People remembering having conversations about how awful it is and how this relates to the bigger issue of gun control, and even weird details like the gym had a blue mascot, and in crime scene images, the net from the volleyball game was still up. However, there's no record of this, and there's no official reports that ever happened, and although people can vary on small details of the story, everyone universally agrees that it did happen who remember it. Most who believe the 2006 volleyball incident say it is an extreme example of the Mandela effect or some form of government cover-up for a reason that isn't really known. Artificial Aliens says that perhaps aliens aren't just non-carbon based, like we began to theorize, but are not organic based or organic in any sense that we understand. You know those random radio waves that we hear from space every now and then? What if that's simply these things' manner of communication? What if these things don't even have a form of consciousness and exist as a life so far set apart from ours that we don't really comprehend it? Some even tie this into the greater theory of humanity's cycle, which I'll mention at some point either in this iceberg or a different video. But the idea that like a million years ago we were a functioning technological society and we sent these artificial creatures into space and they began to proliferate for themselves, and now these aliens that we're talking to are simply creatures we created out there in the cosmos somewhere. The secret Mongolian Empire is in reference to the idea that the Mongolian Empire never existed. Think about it this way. the Mongolian Empire would be the only empire that had no linguistic or cultural effects on the world around them after their disappearance. Not only that, but there exists no architecture to prove that they were ever a society structured together, and yes, while they were recorded as a nomadic society, there should still be something that shows where they are and where they inhabited. On top of that, there exists no Mongolian folklore or form of religion or legend or anything like that. It seems as they simply appeared then disappeared at random. Now, what we do know existed was Genghis Khan and the actions he committed in the area that is now known as China. The idea behind this theory is that Genghis Khan went on to create another government or society that wanted to continue to exist in the modern world, and so as to cover up their history to not appear as barbarians, they created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history. Non-space is another crazy physics concept, and the too long didn't read version would be a reverse black hole. The concept would essentially work like this. So a black hole, as we understand it, is a gravitational center that is so intense it pulls everything in that's around it, including light itself. Okay, well, let's say we created a vacuum through whatever means that sucked all matter out of a certain area, let's say an area the size of this water bottle. We've done that before, right? We've created vacuums in an area. But what if we used an energy that was so concentrated, we didn't just take all of the atoms out of this area, we took gravity itself out of this area. So now we have a perfectly absolute empty vacuum of space. Well, what that would do all at once is create an implosion when all the gravity around this area immediately rushes to fill it. It would move at a rate so fast and so powerful that we don't really have numbers to comprehend it. So if you're thinking about this from a mass and energy perspective, the amount of energy being created by no change in mass would be astronomical. And while this is a concept that would normally be impossible, concepts now being proven with high energy plasma say that we may be able to get an energy high enough to be able to remove that and therefore create even more energy through the implosion of gravity around it. This could, in theory, create a near infinite energy source, or at the very least, a means of harvesting gravity as a form of energy. Or, as I mentioned however many years ago, using a machine that can use gravity as a means of transportation through space. That's one possibility. The other possibility is it creates a super black hole and we all die in the blink of an eye. Either way, not our problem anymore. New Zealand 8th continent is saying that the country of New Zealand is not part of the Australian continent as most believe, but actually its own separate entity. This has all but been confirmed, as New Zealand and New Caledonia have been analyzed underwater, and it's been shown that they exist on a plate separate of that of Australia. The theory being that whatever landmass New Zealand was a part of broke away from the shelves around it some however many long years ago, and New Zealand is one of the only structures that still stick up from this sunken 8th continent. And if once again you'll remember how I mentioned in past years, there are several theories that there are missing continents or one giant missing continent that would explain where different societies moved and different societies' influence on the world today, such as Lemuria. The answers to these missing gaps in societal history could exist in the sunken part of New Zealand, or if you're me, the underwater part of New Zealand is where the caves to Agartha are, and you can't tell me otherwise. Moon built by aliens is exactly what it says. The idea that the moon was built by aliens. I kind of mentioned this whenever I talked about the prison Earth concept, that idea of the moon being artificial kind of ties into it, but this is the more specific version. So for starters, it's an anomaly in itself that the moon exists as it does. Given a planet of our size, our moon should be about 40 miles long, whereas our moon is more like 2,000. Not only that, but there's structures on the moon that don't make a lot of sense, that have even had the name coined of shadow structures, which are supposedly artificial monoliths and things created on the moon as a sort of beacon or marker. Not only that, but seismic testing on the moon has shown that it takes up approximately 2% of the Earth's volume, which is way less than it should given its size. This implies, again, that the moon might be hollow. Hollow moon theory. Now, if we tie that back into the ancient aliens concept, the Zulu people had a legend that the moon was a great egg that was brought down to Earth and cracked open, which people came out of, and then was set back up in the sky and closed together. And going in line with the ancient aliens theory, if a race came down to Earth and did something similar and then ascended back to the moon, that's where the legend may have came from. Protein QRD 4151 is a theory that there is a specific protein in the human genome that determines everything about the person it inhabits. Supposedly, the protein has had a lot of research that's been done to it, silenced by big science and big pharma. Some theories about this relate to the idea that potentially the protein is the indicator of how much a human can connect to the spiritual realm around them. And there's other theories of it that range from everything to adaptability to race theory. So yeah, 2012 Mayan prophecy shift comes from the idea that the 2012 end of the world from the Mayan calendar is just a misconception. In actuality, the Mayan calendar never ended at 2012, as researchers have equated it to just because your calendar ends at December 31st doesn't mean the world ends, it just means you need to get a new calendar, which is the same situation that happened with the Mayans. They just built so far into the future, that doesn't mean that they said the end of the world was coming, that just means that's as big of a calendar as they made. And also, given the way our calendars worked, it wouldn't have been 2012 when their calendar ended. It would have been more like 2028. So don't worry, we could all still die. Aeromorphous psyops. So if you don't know what aeromorphous is, I'm not going to be the one to show you, but it's Rule 34 for animated planes. Anyway, so the theory is that those images were put online in order to sexualize aircraft to encourage the United States people to be more pro-war and encourage spending on aircraft, meaning it's state-sanctioned airplane kit. I love these theories so much because the idea that there was like a CIA agent sitting inside of the Pentagon and some general was like, how can we get these kids into bombing Syria? And some dude in a suit's like, I got an idea. Disneyland Secret Tunnels is in itself not a theory and is an actual system of tunnels that exist beneath Disneyland. Also known as the utilidors, which stands for utility corridors, they were supposedly theorized by Walt Disney himself, who whenever he was in the Tomorrowland section of his park, saw a character walking through in a cowboy costume to get from one job to the other, and said it really took the magic out of it seeing someone in a spot they're not supposed to be. So instead, they built tunnels underneath Disneyland as a means of transportation for workers. These things have expanded to now they are storage, they are security, there's cafeterias, and even a hairdresser shop. If you get a behind the scenes tour at Disneyland, you can even see a portion of these tunnels which are color coded as a means to let people know which attraction they're walking towards. However, the theories come from the fact that these tunnels are about 400,000 square feet, and with many of them not being mapped to public knowledge and disappearances occurring at Disney, and all the accusations of Disneyland with greater Illuminati conspiracies, you can figure out where they go from there. Because if there's miles worth of secret tunnels underneath a super rich multinational corporation's amusement park, of course there's going to be theories on it. Abaka alignment is the term used to describe the arrangement of the Egyptian pyramids. There's a lot of belief within the ideas of sacred geometry, or the idea that shapes hold particular meaning, that they were arranged in such this way as a tribute to some sort of god, although it's never specifically said within their religion that we can find. What is interesting is during the initial overlooks of the moon, Russian spaceship Luna 9 and American spaceship Orbiter 2 caught interesting pictures of something on the dark side of the moon. After analyzing these images, they seem to be some of these shadow structures which I talked about earlier. So, supposedly artificial bodies on the moon, and they were arranged in the perfect shape of the pyramids in Egypt, following the Abaka alignment. So did something from the moon come to Egypt and have them build the pyramids like their thing on the moon? Or did something from the moon see the pyramids and then build them to match? I personally like the second one because the ideas of aliens seeing our pyramids and structures we built and then trying to do them themselves is Kind of cute. Bacterial humanity is the idea that humans themselves exist as a sort of bacteria. The theory sort of works like this. Imagine the Earth as the host, which is a living, breathing organism. We ourselves work as the bacteria or the infection, using the resources of the host in order to sustain ourselves. Naturally, the host produces antibodies as a means to kill the bacteria, which is everything on Earth that kills us. But we, as an infection, continue to grow and repopulate and adapt to such a point we don't have to worry about the host defense mechanisms anymore. So, as bacterial infections do, it will eventually get to a point in which we kill the host, therefore killing ourselves. So, big overall analogy, humans bad, Earth good. Yeah. Ancient glyphs on Saturn's moons is interesting. So Saturn's moons have always been pretty odd in the realm of astronomy. Like, not only are there a ton of them, but they're incredibly diverse in what their surface pertains. Again, this all ties back into ancient aliens, but the most interesting thing about all this to me is there are two moons that have these very odd geographic markings on them that scientists can't really explain, that look like this. And they can't really be explained as old water systems like they can on Mars, because there's not really tributaries and it doesn't look like the way water would flow. And general consensus is that they seem to be giant claw marks. I've got no theory for that, no jokes. That's the most terrifying, cool thing I've ever heard. Like a giant space eagle clawed two of Saturn's moons. Oh my gosh, that is some Dead Space H.P. Lovecraft material, and I for one am here for it. The Charlie Project I had never heard of before researching for this video, but I'm glad I do now. Started by Megan Good in 2004, it is a database of every cold case missing persons file in the United States, usually existing at more than 14,000. There's nothing that the site can really do to find these missing people, but it is a massive database for missing people in general. What normally happens after someone goes missing is the news and local police kind of stop the search for it, so Megan created this site as a means of maintaining some form of information about them. The cold cases on there date all the way from now to 1910. It exists not only as a database for investigators, as most are exclusive to, but also for any individual to look up and read. I for one went on there and clicked on a few stories of people local to my area, in which it gives their last known location, details about them, and what they were seen doing, and some of them are rather haunting. I may do a video about this site because they exist off of donations, and I think it's an important and useful database, so stay tuned for that. But I'm glad I know about the Charlie Project. I think it's something that's worth your time if you're interested, and as a matter of fact, I'll link it below next to the Scrabble video. Grain situation is another apocalypse theory. The idea being that across the world we've created all of these modified crops in order to feed people on a mass scale. These modified crops are resistant to everything from pesticide, insects, dehydration, natural competition, so on and so forth. So, what would happen if one of these super plants ever decided to become competitive itself? What if a specific grass plant began to kill all the grass plant in its area and grow out and out and out until it eventually dominates not only its ecosystem but ecosystems around it? The idea being it could eventually progress to the point where it kills out several species as it maintains domination, and eventually leads from everything to famines, fires, and in one long theory I read, even an ice age due to the mix of carbon emissions that would happen. So humans tried to make super plant to feed themselves, dust to dust, blah blah blah. Earth is bigger than the sun. Nope. The idea behind this is that the whole sun being bigger is a psyop, and like the governments have coordinated with spacecraft and all of that to just tell us that the sun is bigger for some reason. And it all goes back to the core belief of the conspiracy theory mantra, which is seeing is believing. So if you didn't see it, it's not real. Asterisk High Command comes from supposed contact people have made with aliens through something called channels. Channels are essentially people who believe that they have been given messages from extraterrestrials, and then they use that information to convey to others in order to proliferate whatever the alien said. George von Tessel is probably the most famous example of this, as in 1953 he said he received messages from a being known as Ashtar and started a movement off of those messages. He began an organization known as the Ministry of Universal Wisdom, who essentially worked as a centralized hub for people who either believed in UFOs or made contact with them. Von Tessel began by reinterpreting the Bible through the eyes of what Asher had told him and came to conclusions such as Jesus Christ was an ET. Researching this stuff, the lore is expansive. Like, there are stories of these massive star fleets that Asher uses, as well as the history of their race of people, and yada yada yada. It goes on for a while, but this is basically a large group come together under this one belief of one alien super race. Ocean doesn't exist. Same as the sun being smaller than the earth. Nope. I wish that would make me sleep a lot easier at night. One theory on this did kind of work as a theory. It's the idea that the ocean actually doesn't have a bottom, and instead there is a gravitational center within the earth that the ocean waters interflow and connect with each other. So technically the ocean is unlimited and underneath every continent. However, most research with this is just saying that it's a psyop. And it's like, well, if you ever went from one side of the ocean to the other and kept track that you weren't flipped around or whatever, so you're just in a really big lake, which, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess the ocean is a really big lake, but you get the point. And if you did cross the ocean and keep track, well, I guess you're just in on it, fed. It's another one of those I didn't see it, therefore it's not true things. Geometric algorithmic shortcuts is referring to the fact that in geometry there are certain patterns that begin to show up more and more often. For example, if you're trying to diagram how energy will react in a sort of vacuum or environment, it often comes out in a sort of ellipsis shape. There's beliefs that this is the reason the ellipsis is used as the symbol for infinity or the afterlife or what have you. And this theory goes on to say, well, our universe is made to be shaped like a thermodynamic reaction, or the entire solar system itself is made to look like a man, or this all relates back to the ideas of sacred geometry and the idea that our greater plane of existence around us manifests itself through shapes. Morali de Spiral, which close enough, also known as the spiral, references the artist and architect Friedrich Hundertwasser, who was known for his idea that straight lines were awful in art, represented no creativity, and you should never use them. This again kind of relates to the idea of sacred geometry, as Hundertwasser kind of viewed the ideas of free-flowing lines as an expression of life itself. However, what's interesting about this, so if you imagine free-flowing lines as they travel roundabout as an expression of life and carelessness, then a spiral would be life inevitably making itself towards one point that it can't escape. Basically, the idea that in his artwork, the spiral was the symbol for death or the inevitable. And as his artwork goes on, you can see spirals being incorporated more and more into his works. The idea that through his artwork, we can see how he began to recognize the inevitability of where he'd end up. So if this idea of free-thinking geometry as a means of representing life is true, then a spiral could be used as a symbol of not only death and the inevitable, but an omen of badness itself. So some people have taken this idea and adapted it to the idea that spirals themselves are bad juju and you shouldn't look at them or have one around you. So again, if we apply this to the last concept of shortcuts and see that the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, then what is that supposed to mean? Bioma over genoma is saying that perhaps the biology within your body or the bacteria inside of you are more important than your actual genes. This has actually been theorized for a while. In 2007, the Human Microbiome Project was put together to experiment on this very concept. And while it's not true, the whole myth that there's more bacteria cells in your body than there are human cells in your body, there certainly are a lot. And since bacteria play a huge role in not only fending off disease, but performing metabolic processes within the body, then maybe there is some credence to the fact that it doesn't necessarily matter how you're born, but more so what you take in afterwards. This would explain the reason that sometimes children who are protected from the world around them and aren't allowed to interact with the bacteria develop diseases later in life because they don't have a healthy immune system. Not because of tolerance or anything like that, as most people think, but because they just simply need more bacteria as a means of helping their own system. Hive mind induction is a theory behind how we may be now working our way towards a hive mind. The idea being that we are currently laying the groundwork for what will later become a massive conglomerate of thought. This is done through media and other sources around us trying to push us all towards knowing everything that's currently going on, or in other words, making sure we're all on the same page with the information dump that's given to us daily. Whereas the next step would be a unified thought, which some argue the media is already pushing its way for, and this would all inevitably end to Elon Musk shooting us in the brain with a super chip that connects all of our thoughts together, and we become one giant planet thing. Sort of similarly related is the idea of field consciousness. So for those that don't know, consciousness is kind of an anomaly in science. While we understand where thoughts come from and ideas, the factor of consciousness itself and the things that make up us as a person are kind of a mystery. Like, for example, there's no space in your brain for memory, or at least none that we can find. So the idea behind field consciousness is like a field in physics. Around us sort of exists this ethereal anatomy of what our consciousness is that we pull from whenever we need it, and that's where memory and higher order thought come from. This would also give credence to the theory that I mentioned however many tiers back, that humans sort of learn as a collective. So whenever someone learns one capability, the person next to them is more likely to learn it. Or the idea that as soon as someone breaks a record in something, more people begin to break that record rapidly. So not only are your thoughts and memories out there for you to gain access from, but others, even if involuntarily, are able to do the same. This could also be seen as an explanation for seemingly random or unknown memories and deja vu. Chaos banking is a wild concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it. So the theory goes in line with the idea that eventually we will get to the point that we run out of physical materials to trade for currency. So we'll quit that, and then we'll move into trading like electricity and energy, and then we'll run out of that, and eventually get to such a point as an existence of whatever being we are at that point in future that we trade temporal anomalies. And the thing that would be traded as a temporal anomaly is chaos, or in other words, anomalies themselves as they exist throughout time. So assuming at that point in the future they've managed to manipulate or go back to time in some way, those beings in the future could be cashing in on the currency that is chaos right now. So think of it this way: you're going about your life normally, and then something out of the usual happens. That creates a bit of temporal chaos. These beings from the future use that chaos as part of their banking system. Now go a step further and say seemingly totally random, supernatural, everything from UFOs to ghosts could just be these things from the future sort of mining our presence in order to create more temporal cash. If this theory that in the future temporal energy can be harnessed for whatever reason, then slight alterations in the timeline as a means of producing energy or wealth could be utilized. So random things that happen to you aren't actually random. They are just a race of super people eons in the future using it to profit at your expense. So there's nothing you can do about it. Doom ecology is accelerationism applied to ecology. The idea is that we are constantly hurting the earth. So what we need to do is rapidly accelerate this hurting of the earth so that the earth can begin to kill us off, and then we can worry about the next steps. The core belief in accelerationism, as it's tied to politics, is the idea that we can't make any progress while we're heading downhill, so we might as well jump to the bottom so we can begin to work our way back up. This is that only with nature, so we need to jump to the mass extinction event of humanity, and then we can start to rebuild. So we might as well get it over with while we're here. Chem IRL is in reference to the Chem thing from Elder Scrolls, which is sort of escaping your human body. And this is mostly just a joke or misinformation on here, as I've talked about earlier. However, I did find one Reddit thread in which the person recommended that they should wear dark clothes and grow out all the hair on their face, and that'll do it. So okay. Tomoko Umaya is one of the channels for extraterrestrials, which I talked about earlier, who began writing books in 1994. Supposedly, he has made contact with several extraterrestrial bodies and has written many books about these altercations. There's a lot of expansive stuff he gets into in his work, with most of it being ideas of how aliens have affected us through human history, and the idea that there will be great terraforming events for the aliens to do things, I guess, and he exists as a modern example of a channel. Nuclear grid theory is the concept of ley lines applied to nuclear science. For those that don't know, ley lines is the idea that across the Earth there are these natural magnetic centers that sort of flow as they travel around the globe. A lot of the theories with them say that ancient civilizations purposefully placed their structures and temples on these ley lines even if they weren't conscious of it, as some sort of greater spiritual vision intended for them to, or because it created more symbiosis or what have you. Supposedly, after the nuclear strikes that occurred at the end of World War II, they opened up a secondary set of ley lines. The idea being that such a massive energy expansion at once caused a sort of second plane of ley lines to be unfolded, or we created enough energy to jump up to this next plane of being. And along this new set of ley lines, supernatural events have taken place. Everything from ghost sightings to UFO sightings to Bigfoot encounters and what have you. Basically the idea that the reason supernatural occurrences have proliferated so much in the 21st century and into the 20th century is because we sort of opened the door. Tier 8 is titled The Reality Hacker, and the description reads, "At extreme depths, the very structure of reality as you know it vanishes. Able to control the flow and having mastered the world and those around you, one last question remains. Can you master yourself?" Depatterning is closely related to a concept known as psychic driving. Essentially, psychic driving works like this. It is a concept that by taking a person and making them listen to the same sounds and words and codes over and over, you can begin to work their personality backwards. This is all working off of the idea that a personality is developed by an individual over time and slowly built up as that person grows and matures, which means therefore you can deconstruct it. Or in other words, a means of unlearning learned behavior. There are records of this occurring during the MK Ultra experiments because of course there are. The theory was that showing someone specific visuals or making them listen to specific audio strands forward, backwards, and every other way will eventually cause them to begin to forget themselves. So that's psychic driving. Depatterning is everything I just said with electric shock therapy and LSD. Depatterning isn't only trying to reset someone's personality, it's also trying to dig all the way down to their subconscious. The idea being the combination of electric shock therapy and drugs could allow for the observer to speak to the bottom level of a person's psyche. Take that a step further, and some apply this concept to modern media, with the idea being there are very subtle tones and secret messages, and this is similar to backtracking, hidden in a lot of media we consume as a means of keeping us either docile or slowly chipping away at our higher order thinking. Or in other words, your mom was right. Too much TV fries your brain. Illuminati are the good guys is exactly what it says. However, to get to the true meaning of it, you have to analyze the Illuminati itself. See, when the original Illuminati began, because it was an actual organization, in the 1700s, the idea was these French noblemen came together in order to start an organization that would allow for the people to more so govern themselves, or at least a small group of people to decide what happens to them. This was done by having members of the Illuminati infiltrate the government and proliferating the ideas that the group wanted across governments and peoples. However, if the original group standard of self-governance is it, then maybe they're not necessarily as evil as we think they are. This theory is saying that maybe this organization's purpose was to make sure the government doesn't get too out of hand. And considering what governments have been capable of throughout history, perhaps there needs to be a group of people to keep them in check. So therefore, all of the hate we know about them, or ideas of the Illuminati being evil devil worshippers, would be the result of centuries-long smear campaigns against the group proliferated by governments. And this demonization that they have done against the organization would be a means of making themselves seem the good guys in a historical context. The Illuminati, of course, assuming they do exist, would have to exist from the shadows and therefore cannot defend themselves openly. So think of it this way. If the Illuminati is real and they're working behind the scenes of world governments in order to proliferate this small group's idea, then who's to say they're the bad guys? Because, you know, it's not like a government would lie to us about a group of people who they don't like. I mean, the government doesn't lie, guys. Like, come on. Demolition elves refers to sightings that have happened across the world that before and after disasters, people have seen these small creatures at the site of the event. Historically, description of these things match up with that of trolls and elves, either short, stumpy creatures that don't have human proportions, or these impossibly skinny figures that seem to dance across the rubble of whatever building just collapsed. The most famous examples of this being 9/11 and the Silver Bridge incident, which after both of them, several witnesses reported seeing small people crawling across the rubble. Theories of these creatures range from everything that they are these evil sort of demons that enact natural disasters in order to be bad, I guess, or that perhaps these things are summoned by the parties in question to get across whatever motive they want, or perhaps these things are summoned by the parties that actually committed the disaster, because if you think about it, if you believe in demons and you think demon summoning's real, then who's to say that people wouldn't use those capabilities in order to do not so nice stuff. War is fake isn't saying that no wars ever happen, just the motivations for them. A lot of this relates back to shadow organizations and things like the Illuminati, because if there's things that exist in the supernatural realm that the regular people don't know about, but these higher elitist rings do, then it makes sense that there would be battling of some kind over them. And if that's true, then several of the wars throughout history that we as the public know for being over money or land or what have you could actually be over these more important ideas. Like what I talked about a couple tiers back, the US didn't invade Iraq for oil, it was for the Stargate, obviously. I'm just gonna start like a history series on this channel where I take tragedies throughout history like wars and famines or whatever and make entirely baseless claims like the plague, right? Those people weren't killed by a disease. No, it was giants and also Hitler. And then I'll just turn off the comments and say that anyone who disagrees with me is in on the conspiracy. YouTube's so fun. Tesseract, Earth, or universe is referring to the shape of a tesseract. So we understand the universe to exist in 3 dimensions, that being height, width, and depth, right? And this is often shown through the example of a square. If you have a flat square, that's 2-dimensional because it goes height and length. If you have a cube, that's 3-dimensional because it's height, length, and depth. The idea of a tesseract is that it is a 4-dimensional cube, which means it would exist in a 4th dimension that we can't directly observe. As you're probably aware, if you're at tier 8 of the iceberg at this point, there are several theories about different dimensions that we can't directly see as people, but they would still exist nonetheless. The most common of which being time and the idea that it can be manipulated. However, we existing as people can just pass through it at one pace in one direction. So the tesseract existing as a 4-dimensional square, when applied to the Earth or universe, implies that there is these greater 4th dimensional properties that we can't exactly understand. In other words, either the planet we live on or the universe we exist in is moving a lot more complexly than we can see, and perhaps anomalies, which could be everything from random explosions to supernatural sightings, could just be the results of these 4th dimensional occurrences that we can only catch glimpses of. Oh boy, this one. So as soon as I started this iceberg and scrolled through it real quick, this was like the first one I saw, and I was thinking, there is no way I can do this, but I'm about to. Remember how in tier 2 of this iceberg, way back before I was a YouTuber and all, I talked about quantum suicide and immortality? The reason I spent so much time talking about it was to justify this one. In the theory of quantum suicide or immortality, it followed the idea that anything that can happen will happen in one branching universe. So if string theory is to be believed, and if the idea of these infinite universes is to be believed, then that means every possible outcome has to exist within one of these worlds. Which, as I explained with quantum suicide and immortality, that means for every individual, there has to be a universe where they live at a theoretical forever, and a universe in which they commit not alive at every possible point forever and ever. So that means in one existing universe, there has to be a version where John F. Kennedy committed suicide while in the motorcade at Dallas. So who's to say that we aren't that universe? Perhaps that's why the CIA was so weird about it, because at the height of this political turmoil with Russia, how awful does it look if a leader commits suicide? What if, as Lee Harvey Oswald said, he was the patsy because they needed an excuse? What if the pressure of being the leader of one of the world's superpowers was too much for JFK and he couldn't take it anymore? And what if he wanted to go out during a parade with the whole world watching? That, or he just ran a really long string, like from the car up to the window, and then just was really good at timing. And the best thing about quantum suicide and immortality, that had to happen somewhere. Might as well be here. And you literally can't fight me on it, because that's how the theory works. Everything that can happen happens somewhere. So here it is. And if anyone's in the comments calling me stupid for it, well, guess what? They work for the CIA. See, it's that easy. I love my job. Mao statues for Rapa Nuians, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Again, sorry. Which these statues are the technical name for the commonly known Easter Island statues. See, once the first settlers of the industrialized world arrived at Easter Island, these statues were already in place. According to the mythology of the people, this was statues to commemorate the Rapa Nuians, or the original founders of the island itself. However, there are theories circulating that these old original founders of the island died and were set in their place as the statues. Now, while most normies would take this to mean that the statues were built on top of the Rapa Nuians' gravesite, or perhaps their land, cool people believe that perhaps these statues aren't statues at all and are quite literally the fossilized remains of these first people. Or, in other words, giants. So the Easter Island statues are frozen giants, and just like JFK shooting himself, you cannot tell me I'm wrong. Math Hacker has to do more with an overarching theory with numbers as they exist in the known universe. Because when you think about it, numbers are really amazing, and the fact that they can be used to quantify every known occurrence within the known universe, or the fact we can do things like make equations to figure out how the speed of light interacts with blah 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 or whatever. What this theory is saying is that perhaps through the use of numbers, one could gain the ability in order to manipulate reality itself. Or in other words, the secrets of the universe, or the secrets of the simulation we're in, as some would say with this theory, because there's another bigger theory that numbers are the lines of code that exist in our computer, but that's for another day. Math could be used to hack the universe, basically. Real meaning of hybrid RPG was so weird to find information on. So it was a role-playing game called Hybrid that was canceled in 2002. The only existing text file of it is a rule set that the author says is roughly 30% completed at the time of the cancellation. Reading through this thing, not only is it absolutely massive, but it just seems like sort of insane ravings. Like, for example, there are over 500 rules, and the rules are really weird, and they cross-reference each other, so while you're reading one rule, you have to scroll down to like 278, and then that rule is just some talk about how politics works. So then you go back up to 3, and then it says you have to jump down to 400, and the whole thing kind of works like that. Several of the rules are just very long equations for things like how gravity interacts in a sphere and really weird specific stuff. However, what leads to interest are some of the references that are made throughout the rule sheet. Like, for example, one part, the author begins talking about the Matrix and how important it is to understand the walls of the simulation you're within. That goes back to the theory that the real meaning of the hybrid RPG was to create a rule set for the world we exist in, or to create a rule set for a simulation of the world we exist in, or we're the simulation and these are some of the rules for where we exist. That would explain the talk of politics, that would explain why the Matrix and ideas of a simulation were brought up, and why equations for how gravity works and very specific concepts of physics kept being brought up. The idea being that this RPG itself was perhaps a look through the cracks at what our reality actually is, or a warning to us of what our reality actually is. Deep soy is closely related to the weaponized femboy thing I talked about in the last tier. So in that theory, it was the idea that soy is used on other countries as a means of immobilizing their masculine population, whereas deep soy is saying that perhaps the government would do that same thing to their own people. The idea being that higher ups have implanted this idea of societal laziness, or in other words, everything is about looking at a screen, sitting down and doing nothing, and letting other people take care of issues for you. And according to the theory, this leads to everything from obesity rates going through the roof and a reliance on law enforcement, as well as a trust of elected officials. Or in other words, people want someone else to take care of the problems because they themselves have been taught to not take care of their own problems. So the idea of deep soy is perhaps governments are immobilizing their people as either a means of just putting domination over them, or preparation for some final step of some kind. My money's on the weaponized femboys thing, but I guess we'll have to find out. I don't know if I can say this word on YouTube. Probably not. So the Tibetan prostitution stocks refers to the rampant rates of prostitution that exist within the region of Tibet. So Tibet politics is weird. Pretty much China tells them what to do and Tibet's not happy about it, or at least from all the research I've done, that seems to be the case. So prostitution's illegal in China, but Tibet does not care. To put it into perspective, prostitution is so rampant in some parts of Tibet that in some of the cities I was reading about, 10% of the women are involved in prostitution, which 10% itself may not seem like a lot, but think if any city that you're familiar with had 10% of the people as prostitutes, what that would mean not only for the economy, but of the societal rings around it. Now, again, it's illegal, so all of these are officially done as massage parlors and day spas and other stuff that we all actually know what's going on. So in that whole 10% thing, that's 10% of places where it's a known fact that it's a prostitution ring, which means the actual number is probably higher. So the whole theory around it is we know that elitist circles and governments like to do not so nice things to people that don't deserve. I'm talking about the Epstein stuff. So the idea being that perhaps China knows that it's such a rampant problem in Tibet, but lets it go because it's a means of appeasing their world clientele that they host in this disgusting way. Or in other words, China doesn't do anything about it because powerful, important people in the world doesn't want anything to be done about it. After that last one, this is where I clarify that this is a YouTube channel. I am only making jokes. None of these are serious. And hopefully, yeah, we're talking about a weird one next, so that it's fine. It's just jokes. Haha, jokes. Fire is alive is a concept that fire itself is alive. For one, think about our concepts of what constitutes life and how many of them fire is in line with. It reproduces, it grows on its own, it maintains a homeostasis thermal temperature to itself, it moves on its own, and it eats and excretes on its own as well. Really, the only thing that it doesn't have in common with understood life is that it's not made up of cells. But as we've talked about earlier on this chart, perhaps something doesn't need to be made up of cells or carbon-based in order to exist. In other words, concepts of energy beings or supernatural things from another dimension that simply pierce through the veil occasionally as energy creatures can be seen with fire itself. Or at the very least, perhaps how plasma is formed within fire and is a constantly replicating energy source that could be the secret to other forms of life outside of our understanding. Eating food makes you age, while this is apparent on the chart, is technically true because if you don't eat, you'll die, which means you won't get any older. So, checkmate, atheist. I mean, technically, like, aging is caused by telomeres being cut in the body as someone continues to not die. And technically, the energy that is used from ATP in order to cut these telomeres comes from food. So, I mean, kind of, sort of. But again, the alternative is you die. So, you know, pick and choose, I guess. Antarctica prevarication is simply saying that the conversation around Antarctica is often kind of weird. Specifically, the way that organizations cover up stuff about Antarctica is odd. Like, for example, there were satellite images of what appeared to be a pyramid that was seen in Antarctica from a satellite, to which the governments collectively all at once went, oh, it's a mountain. Yeah, it's a mountain. So then someone pointed out that there was another pyramid that was very similarly shaped nearby, and they're like, yeah, that one's a mountain too. It's just mountains. Don't look at the pictures anymore. And if you're familiar with a lot of the hunts for Hitler that happened after World War II, all of the public questioning of U-boats potentially making their way towards Antarctica was shut up immediately and no one looked into it. Just look at Operation High Jump, which I also talked about in Tier 2 for an example of that. And then you start looking at all the cave systems that may exist underneath Antarctica because of the way poles work, and that if the Earth's a magnetic field, then it makes sense that there would be more of a rift of the rock in Antarctica. And then keep in mind that governments just keep on saying that it's a totally desolate wasteland. It's just hundreds and thousands of miles of ice and there's nothing more to look at. It's just nothing. And then realize that after World War II, the Antarctica Treaty was made, which is an organization of governments that say no normal people can go to the island without government approval. I use island loosely. This thing's like one of the largest continents on the planet. And all the other misdirection and weird secrets that have to do with it. and it makes you wonder. And the more research I do about all this crazy stuff, the more I realize, maybe all those textbooks that I've read that have said the Earth is just a solid ball and there's nothing underneath it besides us are really dumb. Because if you've ever looked at like a porous rock that is full of holes because it has water and stuff on it, and then you think that the Earth is just a giant composite rock with 75% water all over it, and then you think that I'm sure there's nothing beneath us, it's just straight solid rock and everything that the government tells us is true, and there's definitely not giants underneath, and I am going off the deep end. All right, back to it. 1800s technology, while vague, there are some really crazy concepts in it. See, in the early 1800s, before we discovered how cool electricity was, technology was going a whole other direction. Like, for example, in the early 1800s, there was a prototype for something known as prana rays, which were essentially sunglasses that when put on would supposedly show you the aura of the person you were looking at. Combine that with concepts that in dowsing, there were these special rods that when held in the air would bend in the direction of water underneath the earth. And it makes you think of, if it wasn't for electricity and the modern conveniences we have, where technology would have gone in the more spiritual direction. Door dogs are a legend that originates in Africa, which essentially says that whenever someone is about to die, as they're passing through a doorway, a small dog can be seen with them. In every case, the person who is about to die cannot see the dogs themselves. A lot of the first-hand accounts I read were really interesting. Like, for example, there was a European hunter who was in Africa for a while and spoke with several of the locals about the legends of these door dogs, and he himself, while riding, was fearful because earlier that week, when passing through a doorway, a young child asked what the dog was next to him, and of course he couldn't see the dog. To which shortly afterwards, the guy writing this story died. So that's not weird at all. And while the concept of it may be scary, in most traditions I read, it seems as if this is seen as not necessarily a good thing, but a peaceful thing, as if the small dog is a sort of guide or comfort to pass you on into the next life. One worldness has to do with a concept of analyzing humanity itself. Essentially, think of it this way. A lot of the times we look at certain empires that have risen and fallen, or certain groups of people that have gone through trouble, and we see that as an isolated incident, whereas one worldness is saying they are all parts or individuals in the actual experiment that's happening, which is the world. Or in other words, all occurrences that have ever happened are part of one continuous string that we are still on, which would mean that no real change or learned behavior from the previous examples is possible, or the whole those who forget history are doomed to repeat it is sort of an inevitable conclusion, as we're going to repeat the same thing over and over because we're still all part of the same experiment. Which all ties back into simulation theory again, because perhaps we were all set up as this program in a computer in order to see what the results of all this would be. I mean, look at me. I'm fake. I'm in a box right now, behind a screen, talking to you about how you're actually behind a screen. Isn't that just weird? I'm probably fake. You don't know. I may not even be real. See this coffee cup? This isn't real either. Every time the Giants or Hollow Earth comes up in one of these videos, I'm just so weird for the rest of it. Fukushima's gateway refers to the Fukushima reactor disaster that happened on March 11th of 2011. For those that don't know, Fukushima was a large nuclear power plant in Japan that an earthquake and tsunami destroyed the plant and almost caused a super bad nuclear meltdown. The historical story is very interesting. Short version, essentially what happened is they needed a way to cool down the reactor really fast, and all of the power supplies and all the fail safes had gone bad because of the earthquake and tsunami. So the solution was they just knocked the thing down and had ocean water pour over it as a means of cooling it down so there wouldn't be a super nuke disaster, which worked. However, the theory is the energy that was released, because there was a lot of radioactive energy released at once, was enough to open up a portal or gateway. This all goes back into the idea that we can't perceive dimensions around us, and as a means to break into these other dimensions, it would take a lot of energy, say a nuclear reactor. So this theory goes a step further and says perhaps the disaster was purposeful, and that's why every single security or failsafe system went down, because someone had sabotaged it. And perhaps either someone crossed over to another dimension or something from the other dimension came here. Which honestly, if you think about it, has anything been normal since 2011? That's what I thought. Lottery exists to catch time travelers. Yeah, this one's fun though. I like the idea that there's an agency in the future that time traveling is such a problem. They're like, oh, we'll go back in time and make there be a lot of money. And then it's just like bear traps set up for people who go back in time. But yeah, this one's fun. I like it. Whatever. Psyops don't exist is referring to psychological operations. This could have a lot of different definitions. However, the most common one is the idea of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, it's like this. Say that I tell you about the Illuminati, and I say that there is this super evil group of people who work in world governments. And then you get really worried about the Illuminati. So you get all your rich super elitist friends together and say that you all have to go proliferate world governments to make sure nothing bad happens. Which means, because of me telling you that and you trying to react to it, you have created the thing that you were afraid of. Or in other words, paranoia of what might go wrong causes things to actually go wrong. And there's no fake stories that exist if people just keep making them boogeyman that they're afraid of. Vertical universe is the counterpoint to a horizontal universe. So say that we're moving through time and existence and everything's kind of flat, like we can move from it side to side. What if it's actually vertical? Or in other words, we are moving in a directly straight line with the existence above us and below us, something that we can't really reach. While this kind of falls in line with a very narrow existence of the universe, as some physicists think that we are in, you could take it a step further and say perhaps ideas of deities and demons are just people in either the future or past who have mastered a way to get to the higher or lower planes of existence. Or kind of the concept we exist as we're walking through a very long skyscraper, and some people have figured out to go to different floors. Prophecies Enforcing Agency is the idea that there are organizations throughout history whose sole purpose is to make sure that prophecies come true. A lot of these series relate back to the Bible, and specifically the predictions of Revelation that there will be a government in this place and a government doing this, and then this will happen as in line with the end times. And perhaps organizations like the Illuminati or the Freemasons are simply existing behind the scenes to make sure things go to plan. And then I guess it would depend on if these predictions are good or bad, if things like the Illuminati or the Freemasons would be good or bad. And if you look at some of the predictions from the Bible, some of those things are eerily true. So perhaps there are secret people behind the scenes making sure that everything stays according to the higher plan. Consciousness beamed from Moonbase. Okay. A lot of these series go back to the whole idea of prison Earth, or the idea that we are not native to this planet and that the moon itself is sort of existing as our warden. So our consciousness and our understanding are regulated to make sure we don't get outside of our means of containment. And this also can be in relation to the commonly thought question of what comes first, thought or language, because some people consider it to be impossible to have thought without language, but like, what do you think people who have never heard a language do? Just don't think. So perhaps these greater overlords that have us in prison here aren't just monitoring where we go or what we do, but also how we think. Panergic men, or panergic people, is in reference to special people who have existed throughout history. See, the word panergic itself basically means multiple skills, or someone that can accomplish several tasks. And it's basically saying that people throughout history who have accomplished tremendous feats, which is everything from empires to technological advances, are in themselves a higher order of person. And most of the theories of this also go back to simulation theory and say that perhaps every time that we become stagnant within our simulation, a certain character is deposited, even without them knowing it, as a means to cause people to move or to cause events to happen. Or in other words, protagonists are randomly set up throughout human history as a means of keeping the story interesting. Human immortality, as it's referred to on the iceberg, is tied to something known as the induced amnesia theory. Essentially what it's saying is that the body itself does deteriorate and eventually die, but the human consciousness lasts forever. Or in other words, it's essentially forms as a sort of essence, and it's been the jobs of secret societies throughout history as a means of placing them in their new host. So basically, the soul isn't necessarily a soul that passes on to the afterlife after death, and is instead physically given to whatever the next body is going to be. And furthermore, information of this getting out to the public has led to theories throughout history, such as reincarnation. So in other words, humans are immortal, but the body itself is not. Elite controls the population with their permission has to do with an overarching idea of the New World Order. Basically, the higher ups develop ways in order to thin out populations, whether it be disease every 100 years or wars over points that they don't actually care about. So in other words, if two governments come to the agreement that they need to thin out the herd, one will pose a fake threat to the other so that way they can go to war and lower their population numbers. This also applies further into saying that pushes in the media for people to have less children are part of a greater conspiracy, and that fabrications of resource scarcity are just that, fabrications. And if you'll remember earlier in the iceberg, I mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, which if I believe right, it said population needs to be kept to 500 million. This would be the way of getting to that. Bugsy on this iceberg is referring to the movie Bugsy, which is a movie about the gangster known as Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel was a mobster who was killed by the mob because he was supposedly stealing money and incorrectly managing funds. Bugsy renovated and began the Flamingo Casino in Las Vegas, which at the time was pretty much just a water hole in the middle of the desert, and many believe Bugsy as being the one who made Las Vegas what it currently is. However, it's with these funds that he got from East Coast mafia groups in order to start and renovate the Flamingo Hotel that he started to scrape money off the top, which of course they didn't like. So then he was murdered and went down as history as being a bad guy who started one of the most famous cities in America. The theory is that the movie Bugsy, which portrays him as a sort of charismatic gangster archetype in movies, was created in order to take prejudice away from the ideas of Sin City itself. Or in other words, Las Vegas, which is known as the city of sin and has gambling and all that stuff, didn't want their image tied in with an evil gangster, so they made a propaganda piece so people felt better about the city itself. TimeCube was a website developed by Gene Ray in 1997. And to be honest with you guys, Gene is an absolute crackpot. Basically, the gist of what he said is that time itself does not work in a linear line and is instead 4 sides that we travel through. Because of this, every single day 96 hours actually occur, but we only experience 24, whereas the other hours are experienced in those respective timelines. So basically, you could think of this as string theory or alternate realities, only instead of like infinite, it's just 4. It goes on to say that at midday and midnight, the sun and moon of each of these realities are perfectly in sync with each other, and people cross over into other ones without realizing it. So basically, explanations to the Mandela effect and stuff like that are due to people accidentally crossing over whenever all 4 planes line up. I also have to mention, because I can't not mention this, he said that standing at each of the corners as guardians were Jesus, Einstein, Socrates, and Bill Clinton. So remember, kids, if you ever experience the Mandela effect and think you may have gone into an alternate reality, blame Bill Clinton. Technocracy theory is something in itself that's kind of theorized, the idea that the world itself is run by technology. However, this is specifically saying that an AI system runs everything. The idea being that over the years, as we've become more reliant on technology, the higher-ups or elitists have built machines in order to tell us what to do. This all has to do with the illusion of choice. So say an election, for example, you may vote expecting a candidate to get it, whereas the AI has already predicted the best turn of events and decided what's going to happen. The idea behind it being that free will throughout time has been replaced with comfort, and that now in these final stages of a technocracy that we have built for ourselves, the AI makes every decision, but we've given away so much free will at this point we can't even tell. Wetico is a Native American legend that has to do with the spirit of greed and selfishness. The basic idea behind this is that it is a virus that can infect people if people allow it to, that makes someone become more self-desired and individualistic instead of caring for a community. The root word of Wetico is the same root word for Wendigo, whereas the Wendigo has to do with someone becoming cannibalistic and the desire of gluttony that overtakes them. Wetico is essentially the same thing applied to greed and pride, which Wendigo, I definitely haven't heard of that ever. What this is saying in the grander sense is perhaps this disease of the Wetico has affected entire countries or potentially the world at this point, as over the last 100 years, society has gone from the idea of forward progression as a whole and instead looks at progression of the self. So basically, a soul virus has made us all bad people, which isn't the weirdest on this iceberg. All right, so I've got to be careful with this one, not because it's any like, oh no, the government's going to come shoot me for it, but this is like a real group of people, and I'm pretty sure I know what this conspiracy is hinting at, but at the same time, it's not like proven anywhere, and I don't want to, just be mean. Off the coast of North Carolina, there is a group known as the Bald Head Association. And to answer your first question, no, they're not actually bald. It's because they are on an island known as Bald Head Island. So these guys have a website, they have a homeowners association, everything's fine until you start to look at some of the things surrounding the Bald Head Association. Like, for example, reading about them in the news, there was some controversy where after a hurricane, the members of the association managed to sort of apply resources to their community instead of communities around, which from what light research I've done into that topic, it seems people weren't that happy about. As well as there was some investigation into a private ferry company and an idea of a lot of money going somewhere, and a current charge pending that they kept a federal agent from performing their duties, whatever that implies. And this is all speculation, and I'm like researching this stuff with the point of view of some deep, dark, scary thing. So I don't want to go any further, because it's one thing to talk about, weird, crazy lizard people in the ancient world, and it's another thing to point at a modern group of people and just be like, haha, you do crime, because there's really no evidence of that. And I don't want to be mean. Like, everything on the surface seems like they're sweet people, and I feel bad for a YouTube channel just looking at their stuff and being like, I can make a problem here. Water is not from Earth. It has to do with the concept of the creation of water itself. For one, water itself is a volatile compound, and while you may not think it, it itself is naturally acidic and can do things like erode rocks over time. And while now on Earth with the water cycle, where water is evaporated and then reformed over and over, there doesn't seem to be a sort of jumpstart process that would have put that into place. So theories range from everything that perhaps a meteor hit the Earth that either had oxygen or hydrogen with it that then interacted with the atmosphere and created the first batch of water, or that water itself as a whole came to the planet from an outside source, which, if that was true, that water came from somewhere else, then that would imply the chance of existence of life somewhere else. Basically, the idea that water was deposited here rather than being created here. RuneScape conspiracies is specifically referring to the most famous RuneScape conspiracy around New York City. The idea being that RuneScape itself exists as a New York City virtual counterpart. Evidence of this is everything from the game consists of large different ethnicities that come from separate boroughs that all interact within the same main space. There's forms of begging, there's different ways to make money, and the richest most often are those who play the stock market. People inherently can't be trusted, and there's a selfishness when it comes to greed and how to obtain money within the game, which is kind of mean to New Yorkers, but whatever. There are events and functions that occur in which people gather and celebrate before going back to their domain, and there's even an underground transport system throughout the entire map. So the theory states that perhaps RuneScape was put together as a means of testing a sort of feudal post-apocalypse New York City. And it goes even further and says that perhaps RuneScape was created by the government as a way to monitor either transaction as it corresponds to the real world, or potential transaction if New York City was to fall apart. So if you've ever played RuneScape, I guess you work for the Fed, so congratulations. The concrete people of Calagasi has to do with a mine located in Chile. In 2013, roughly 35 people witnessed what they all claimed to be a UFO flying over the mine itself. It stayed there for a few minutes and fit the typical description of a sort of flying saucer. However, while the flying saucer was above them, people looked around them and saw several what appeared to be concrete people standing in their midst. They were all gray, made of stone, and were all sharing their same position looking up at the flying saucer. As people began to panic, the flying saucer left, and with it, the concrete people just disappeared. Theories on this have ranged from everything to ancient religions, to perhaps these are expressed forms of the extraterrestrials themselves, and of course to it being just a hoax, which is always so lame. I hate whenever you're reading these and they're just like, yep, it's probably fake. It's like, do you ever get out of the house? Codification is one of those that makes me absolutely hate this iceberg, because it's just one word and good luck figuring out the conspiracy around it. Because codification is a real thing that happens in politics, so I can only assume it means that. But with the rest of this iceberg, I feel like there should be some giant multi-level code that creates humans or something, but no, it just has to do with like county politics. Basically, codification is a term that is applied to whenever governments move counties or demographics of people in order to fit new voting codes. Basically, if they look at districts in a state when it comes to voting and they see that one population greatly outweighs the other, so they change the rules of where the lines are in order to better fit the demographics. This form of sort of moving the goalpost has led many to think that perhaps as a means of keeping the people from actually having a say in what happens to them, whenever people begin to band together in order to make a difference, the state itself will just change the rules so that it doesn't really matter. So this is an elaborate way of them to maintain the agenda that they want and simply give the people an illusion of choice. Inverted humans is in reference to ancient artwork that depicts exactly that, upside down people. In other words, across a lot of old world drawings, there is a consistent theme of a group of normal people, standing upright, surrounding someone in the air upside down. Now, while many just interpret this as a form of art, others have pointed out the weirdness that it occurs in a lot of cultures in the similar way. And in some of these that have descriptions attached, such as in the Middle East where there's images of it, there's references to them going from soil to sky. So being upside down and from the ground to sky, that sounds like Hollow Earth to me. And, normally these inverted people are, like taller than the people on the ground, tall underground. That sounds to me like Italian languages is in reference to the really weird fact that people who speak the Italian language over time have a change in their DNA. Now, this isn't enough that like a human can transform their physiology from just speaking Italian, but it is enough that through DNA testing there is a difference seen before and after someone moves to Italy. And while the specific experiments and the greatest results have been seen from the Italian language, this has been found in certain instances around other languages too. This goes back to the idea that languages themselves have a sacred meaning, and that some languages have the power to induce life in different forms. This is a big reason that ancient spells and things like that are said to be done in Latin or other old languages, because the language itself has a hidden biological power. So in other words, words spoken in certain language can induce a literal soulful or life energy that another language could not. Saint Alvin's Creations is in reference to the video game developer Saint, and specifically his most popular creation of Schnell Online. You can find footage of Schnell itself on YouTube, but it's a sort of weird multiplayer game. Several have compared it to Second Life in the way that it's a bunch of characters together just sort of interacting with each other. However, there's a lot of weird themes in it that have to do with things like physical violence and even terrorism. And while I myself have not played the game or watched a ton of gameplay on it, people online have said that there's even themes that have to do with people doing things to, like kids. So people have said perhaps this game exists as a means of a outlet for terrorists and these people who do not nice things to kids. On top of that, there's a credit trading system in the game which people will convert into real money in the real world. So there's even an idea that money laundering occurs through these illegal transactions, or I should say transactions for illegal goods that are hidden through this game. Now, this is all, of course, like tier 8 conspiracy. Do not actually harass the creator of this game. This is all like through the grapevine. I'm sure that's not actually what it's for, but be nice. But yeah, that's the theory. 90% of books written by one author isn't saying that there's some guy who's existed for like 800 years who's just been hurriedly writing books, although at this point, why not? But this ties back into the simulation theory. Put it this way, right? You've been in a bookstore. So you've seen like the near infinite amount of paperbacks that have totally unrecognizable titles that are just sitting on the shelves. Well, several of those books are fill-ins that are made in order to enhance the simulation and make things feel more real. And realistically, there's no way you could ever be able to test all of them. Like, go ahead, try to read through every book in your local bookstore and then another one. There's eventually going to be pages somewhere that you aren't getting to, and that those are just filler, because according to this, whatever you do look at, the simulation prepared for and put real words there. So Try not to let that bug you. CCAXX1 is in reference to the launching of the Zuma satellite. Basically, the Zuma satellite was a satellite that was launched by SpaceX. However, the details around it are really shady. Like, for example, the creators of the Zuma Zuma satellite never wanted themselves to be known and even loaded the rocket themselves. And supposedly CCA-XX1 is the code that was given to whatever was on board. Theories say that perhaps whatever's on board is a form of biological testing, more specifically testing on amoebas in order to create a sort of super amoeba. And again, at this point in the research, it's really hard to find direct lines connecting things, but a lot of people tied the Zuma satellite into the concept of brain-eating amoebas, which when you think about it, brain-eating amoebas are like really weird that they exist. Like the fact there's like trillions and quadrillions of amoebas everywhere that at any point don't cause any harm except a few that just eat your brain. So this is saying that perhaps those amoebas are genetically engineered, and the Zuma satellite is either a means of maintaining them or to enhance them somehow away from Earth. Holy Grail found centuries ago is in reference to the Holy Grail and the idea that perhaps elitist rings have been using its power for a long time. Historically, the Holy Grail is the chalice that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. And the idea around it is that if anyone drinks from the Holy Grail, they'll have eternal life, knowledge, and a whole slew of other abilities. The idea being that historical figures have been drinking and getting the power of the Holy Grail for hundreds of years, and the reason that secret societies are able to be maintained for so long and continue so efficiently despite having a rotating list of members is because the highest up members have been eternal and there from the start. Bovine hormone conditioning has to do with another level of population control. So you know how you hear that in recent years all of the hormones injected into cows is making people sick? Well, the main explanation that you hear from that is that growth hormones are put in them in order to make them grow faster, so that way they can put out more meat. However, this theory is saying perhaps dangerous toxins are purposefully deposited in these bovines because, for one, it would go undetected, and two, it's a good means of curbing the population. Because at that point, trying to get anyone for making the cows have bad chemicals in them is the equivalent of pointing your finger at the boogeyman. This is similar to the soy theories I mentioned before, with the idea that the government is doing all of this stuff to the food that we eat as a means of changing our physiology. Only whereas soy was making men weak, this is making cows kill you. XRA PsyOps has to do with the Adult Swim cartoon Xavier the Renegade Angel. The idea behind it is that the show itself was created as a means of anti-religion. Not only that, but that the show itself proliferates ideas such as degeneracy and kid stuff, and that specific degeneracy combined with a lot of themes of blood rituals and stuff like that is a means of normalizing the population at large with things like the Epstein rituals. So in other words, these elitists who kidnap children and perform blood spells created a show on Adult Swim so that whenever it's brought to light, you'll be like, hey, it's just like that cartoon. I make jokes like that now, but the way we're heading, I wouldn't be surprised at all if whenever all that stuff comes to light, people are just like, oh, okay. Bug chasing is a real thing that is awful. So bug chasing is a thing that happens in online crowds where people want to both contract and give STDs to as many unknowing people as possible. This is most often done with things like HIV, which they refer to as the gift, and several people in these online communities take on roles as the hunters and prey, with some people even trying to collect as many STDs as possible within their body. While a lot of it is consensual, or basically they want to have the disease put into them, several are serial killers in everything but name and just try to give it to as many people as possible, which is absolutely evil and disgusting and horrible. And I read stuff like that, and then I think back to like the Epstein people making a TV show in order to make themselves more okay, and I'm like, Alright, I could see it. Hostile plants has two branching theories off of it. One being the idea that hostile plants themselves are a sort of genetic experimentation, or at least are behind the scenes being genetically experimented on. Like, for example, take bananas and watermelons and other plants that over time we've genetically engineered to be bigger to suit our needs. So for example, if there's some like umbrella corporation kind of company out there who sees the Venus flytrap and is like, I bet we can make that thing eat people, which would make a form of self-sustaining security. The other idea is that the existence of hostile plants, or in other words, plants that have adapted in order to be aggressive in their environment, implies that at one point they were potentially competitors with life as we know it. Like the whole idea in evolution that things evolve certain characteristics in order to be more fierce. Well, this is saying that because plants did that, there's potential that if it wasn't for people or life, that they would keep doing that, and then eventually it'd be giant plant monsters everywhere. Upward causality is cause and effect as we understand it, only backwards. So for example, in an ecosystem, let's say you have water that comes down from the sky. So then that water adds water itself to the ground. Plants take in that water, plants feed the animals, animals feed the other animals, etc. That's the principle of how the world itself works in something called downward causality. Or in other words, things start at the top, and as they continue through the flow of the ecosystem, things change. Upward causality is the other way around. So the animal that needs to eat another animal makes that other animal have the desire to eat food, which makes the food have the desire to take in water, which makes the sky produce more water. While this is a real backward thought of how things work, it does tie in well to things like simulation theory. So for example, you as the person need to intake food, so the system itself puts more food into it, which means it has to supply water for the food and blah blah blah. What it basically comes down to is the idea that the most affected in a society are actually creating the effect itself. So rather than being beings that inhabit a biosphere, you yourself are the creator that changes the biosphere around you. It's really like confusing and out there and weird ideas, but this is tier 8. What did you expect? Lithuanian poems has to do with Lithuanian poems that were discovered in the early 1900s that seem to correctly predict events that would happen in the future. Specifically, several of these poems from Europe correctly describe things like the Holocaust and the World Wars 20 to 30 years before they ever came to be, with some records saying that these poems actually originated in the 1800s, so tack on another 100 years to that. What's interesting is that several of these influences of Lithuania come from Sanskrit text, which, if you'll remember, I talked about earlier in the iceberg. Sanskrit text itself is interesting because they had all the predictions of what comes in the future as well as aliens. So through the whole grapevine, we can see that perhaps this alien influenced society influenced another society that was able to correctly predict things that would happen a century in advance. So basically, aliens tell a group of people who tell another group of people, and then they predict World War II, which at this point makes perfect sense. Aliens caused the bubonic plague is the theory that aliens caused the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, also known as just the plague or the Black Death, was a disease that swept through mostly Europe, but the rest of the world in the 14th century. It's estimated to have killed 25 million people, or a third of the world's population. There were several prevailing theories at the time that mostly came from the church, that the bubonic plague was either God's punishment for the immorality of the people, or that it was a curse brought onto them by the devil or witches. And that witch thing is interesting because there's several theories that things relating to astrology and spells and sorcery are the relation of extraterrestrial beings. So combining some of the ideas we've talked about in the iceberg up until now, you take ideas that aliens create magic, or that aliens are just beings in a plane that we can't see. So if you think the bubonic plague was caused by sorcery, then that sorcery may not have been of Earth. And the motivations for this could be population control, an attempted total extermination, who knows. Enchanted websites is related to the idea that there is a sort of fake success that is bestowed on some people through the use of magic. While there's a joke somewhere in here about how to fix the algorithm, you pretty much have to get lucky or use black magic to get there. The idea is that certain famous people came to the power that they have through the use of these magical enchantments. In research for this, I came across a website called Enchanted Websites that is really old and was advertising that they can make you famous by just giving them your website. They kept talking about all their clientele who went on to great success and saying that they can bestow their special capabilities onto whatever you're already using and then you'll get popular. Of course, I tried to see if I could get some magical whatever advice, but all the websites and links were dead, so sad. But it all relates back to that greater theory that some of the success we see in the world of whatever's popular is artificial. Sun collapse is related to the concept of solar farming. Solar farming is exactly what it says, the fact that us as humans continuously farm the energy that's expelled by the sun. The basic idea with this is that we're farming it too much. In other words, through using its heat or its light in order to grow agriculture or just solar panels, we are taking away from the equilibrium that once existed. And it all goes back to the whole idea of like energy conservation. And essentially, while the sun's believed to be a burning star, this is saying that the net value of heat that it expels has to be kept at a sort of even level, and that we're throwing that too much in the balance will eventually make the sun run out of energy and therefore collapse, and then we all die. So neat. Microchips found in fossils is not a joke, and there have been fossils that have been opened up and things found that were initially said to be microchips. Now, in every single one of these stories, the details of it have been walked back afterwards. For example, a T-Rex bone that had a microchip found in it, they later said was a fossil of some ancient bacteria. Another one they said was just a bone fragment that looked a whole lot like a microchip. And kind of related, I remember in research reading about stories for previous sections about fuses being found in ancient pots. So for example, they open up this completely undisturbed grave, they're going through all of the pots in there, and then they find what appears to be modern day fuses. This all relates back to a concept called the Great Reset, which I don't know how much in detail I want to get about it now because I'm pretty sure like the Great Reset itself is mentioned later on. But short version for now, the Great Reset says that we constantly exist on a cycle. We go from the first remnants of humanity to a point where we destroy everything, and then thousands or millions of years later, the whole cycle repeats itself. That would explain things like why the Earth, despite being hundreds of million years old, humanity only has history around 10,000. The idea being we'll all get wiped out, there will be a reset, and then those people that come however many million years from now will find remnants of our existence and then gather them. The reason that T-Rexes had microchips on them, and the reason people used to put fuses in jars. That's your basic intro. I'm sure it'll come up later. If not, I'll do a video on about it. Whatever, next topic. The Black Snake prophecy relates to a legend of the Lakota tribe. Essentially, the Native American tribe of the Lakota had this legend that near the end times, a great black snake would come across the land and destroy everything. The legend says that it will desecrate ritual sites, that it will destroy villages, and that it will come from the ground and then return back to the ground. As many modern Lakota members have pointed out, this is a perfect example of the ideas of oil pipelines, roadways, and other modern industry. The idea being the idea of a great black snake coming and destroying the ritual sites of the Lakota, and now a giant oil pipeline is trying to do the same thing is alarming. But politics aside, this has a greater expanding idea when it comes to prophecy. Things that most people would brush off as being not true, if you can view the black snake as being the modern fulfillment of an old prophecy, then what other old prophecies could also be true? Things I mentioned like the Wetico, a disease that essentially consumes someone with greed, could be the idea of modern corporatism. You could take it on and on and on and say maybe some of those crazy spiritual beliefs weren't so crazy after all. Underground caverns. Ooh boy. So every time another hollow earth theory thing comes up, I mentioned sort of a different facet of it, and one day I'm going to do a video putting it all together, but there's a few I want to go over with this one. For example, the Tibetan holy books said that beneath Mount Everest specifically, there were these tunnel systems that went all over the world. Now, if you know anything about cave systems, the majority of them are completely unexplored. Near a cave system that I live by that's a popular tourist attraction, they've tried to drop trackers into riverways to see where they end up, and they will totally disappear forever. And also, the majority of underground systems are closed up by the government, and in most cases, it is a felony if you destroy or try to get access to them. This leans back into the thing I've kind of hinted at in a lot of theories, that the entire world has these underground systems that work towards the bigger concept of Hollow Earth. And think about it, every single group of people have some form of legend of creatures living underground. Either it be old Chinese tales of frogmen that come from underneath caves, or old night stories of these troglodyte creatures that they would fight on their expeditions. Even religions with the common idea that demons live underneath, or the idea that you can dig your way down into hell. That, combined with the fact that it's believed underneath the pyramids is a massive underground cave system, or the idea that these random structures on Antarctica were constructed a long time ago as a signal to get underground for some reason, and other ancient societies who had a distinct interest with caves, and some of them disappearing altogether at once. It makes you wonder. Biblical aliens is basically the idea that several things that are mentioned in the Bible as rather innocuous concepts are actually about extraterrestrials. Put it this way, there's a ton of mentioning in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, that people will worship the stars and the things in them. Well, if you think about other concepts we've talked about of UFOs and the fact that they've been here for however many thousand years, then it puts together the idea that these people may not just be worshipping the constellations. And some take this to mean several mentions in the Bible of either angels or these great sightings appearing before people are actually aliens being described by prophets. Some go as far as to say biblically accurate angels are actually just what extraterrestrials look like, which is a terrifying concept. Air is poison isn't necessarily saying air is going to kill you, even though technically it kind of does, but that's besides the point. More so, it's saying that air is a drug. For one, oxygen itself is a sort of like hallucinogenic, and if you take 100% oxygen at once, you can pass out or get very lightheaded. The idea being all the trace particles that we breathe in every day from the point that we're born till now create a sort of blurred idea of what reality really is. So that asks the question, if air causes these sort of long-term psycho events, then what does reality really look like, and has anyone really seen it? This could also explain why things like the supernatural and spirits aren't visible to us, because maybe there's a sort of fog in the way of our viewing. The Luna Park Train Fire Demon, which is one heck of an entry title. On June 9th of 1979, the Luna Park amusement park had a ride known as the Ghost Train that caught on fire and ended up killing 7 people. The story itself was really tragic. Basically, people who were on the ride were killed while within the ride from a very brutal fire. And an investigation that occurred later ruled that the fire was caused by an arson on purpose, although the perpetrator was never caught. Then one day, while a woman who lost her son and her husband to the fire was going through pictures of the park that day, she came across this image. Now, other than being absolutely terrifying, the person in the costume is especially alarming, as no one was able to find him after the event. There was never a record of them hiring or having a costume like that, because duh, why would a park make that a mascot for kids? And from all points and records, this guy did not work at the park and was just a bystander. So for one, it's really creepy that that guy was there on the day of the fire. And two, it's doubly creepy that presumably the dad or someone took a picture with their kid next to him. What some have pointed out that's especially creepy about this is that the costume bears a striking resemblance to Moloch. Moloch is one of the gods of the Canaanites mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible. Essentially, Moloch is always depicted as the golden bull with horns, that the primary form of worship was to burn children at the altar of it, which led to these horrifying statues of golden bulls with fires underneath them and people just throwing babies into it, because gotta love that Old Testament stuff. Now, it's not a secret that several demon or demon-like gods are worshipped in the modern sense, although we don't really hear a lot about what they do. Whereas here, we see someone dressed as Moloch at a park on the day that the child he's taking a picture with was burned alive, and you see where I'm going with this. The idea is perhaps this guy, as a form of worship to this god, burned the children alive as several other children died, in the train fire. This opens up the idea that some of these evil practices may still be occurring in the modern world. Neanderthal superiority is the idea that the main competitor with Homo sapien, Neanderthal, was actually the superior race. Basically, people who study like the evolution of humanity say that Neanderthal, who was our main competitor, who was possibly interbred with to create us, it's confusing, from the records of their technological capabilities, were actually the stronger people. However, yet they still seem to lose. And I mean lose in like the evolutionary sense. I mean, it's not like there was a tug of war game over, although there might have been. That would have been cool. Anyway, now where they went, a lot of people say is just from a lack of resources and they died out, although there's a lot cooler theories later in the list. But for now, I want to mention the one throwaway one that I appreciate is that they eventually evolved into Bigfoot, which is going to be the leading theory from now. So like from this video, a Bigfoot is Neanderthal, although I'm going to retcon that one later. But that's canon as of this moment. UFOs are atmospheric life forms is actually an idea that was originally brought forward by Robert Fort, the guy I mentioned way back in the iceberg, the Fortean ideas of the supernatural. This was his doing. Basically, the idea of these energy beings or beings from a separate dimension is that UFOs aren't carriers from aliens from our plane of existence. Instead, there's other planes of existence and they're crossing over, and that's either what they look like or what our brains and like stupid human eyes process them as. Keep in mind, when UFOs were originally spotted, they were described as sky beasts, so that would match up. There's a ton of theories when you go into this, from everything that it is an extraterrestrial but it's simply sort of camouflaging itself to our eyes, to some even saying they are souls in the afterlife just visible to the human consciousness, whatever. I don't know what's more terrifying, the idea that there's like 100 living things on side of that ship, or the giant ship itself is a living thing. Actually, now that I say it out loud, yeah, that's definitely more terrifying. Expanding Earth is the idea that over time the Earth is slowly getting bigger. In the modern sense, we can see that with things on the seafloor seemingly being relocated over the course of 100 years. And, you know, when it comes to conservation of mass, if there were things in our atmosphere that are now being harvested and turned into things on Earth, then that is slowly compiling to the overall size of it. This is even used as an explanation for continental drift and the idea of Pangea. The idea that they didn't break away and then float, they were sort of pushed apart as the Earth got bigger. And ideas such as global warming could be quite literally, since we're getting bigger, we're technically getting closer to the sun. Or, you know, there's the alternative theory that it's not because stuff's getting, you know, put on the Earth, it's that the Earth is expanding from the inside out, which would probably mean that the inside was, I don't know, hollow. Forest stairs is a concept I absolutely love and even did an entire video on, which will be linked in the description. But short version, the forest stairs are these random staircases that seem to be found in remote parts of the forest. Most stories around them relate to the idea of someone going up to them and either hearing or seeing some sort of spatial anomaly, with some cases that happen whenever someone goes to them alone, where they either get mutilated or just die. The leading idea with this is that the stairs are sort of leakovers from other dimension, and directly interacting with them is kind of like staring at a glitch in a video game. Whenever you do it, you are therefore inserting yourself into the problem, which makes sort of the spatial anomalies interact with you. Everything happens to people who walk on the stairs or touch the railings, from they begin to lose all their hearing and start to hear noises that aren't there, to some where they just get eviscerated all at once, which is fun. Either way, the forest stairs exist in that perfect space of sort of neutral anomalies that exist in the mountains and the wilderness, and I, for one, absolutely love it. Nephilim protocols. So Nephilim, if you didn't watch my Bible iceberg, is in relation to the concept of John. However, the Nephilim protocols aren't specifically about that. Essentially, there are these hidden files that exist on the deep web, which is a fancy way of saying a Tor browser, yada yada, that over time seem to be collecting data for an unknown reason. All of these files are encrypted, but they're each given a specific encryption key that if a certain event takes place, they will become open. Now, there's a lot of like rabbit holes to shoot down with this, but the short version is that anytime some public scandal comes out, they seem to compile more data. The idea is that these servers, named after giants for a pretty good reason, are compiling a ton of data about elites or secret sort of Watergate style events that happen around the world, and then for a reason that no one knows, they will become open and shed light on what the elites are doing. No one knows who's doing it, no one knows what opens them, but ideas range from everything that it is certain high up elitist members who are sort of staging an anti-coup, to it being the Illuminati, to some saying that it's quite literally giants themselves, which is my favorite theory and the one I'm going with. I just imagine like a giant like underground in a cave, like wearing the Morpheus outfit from the Matrix with the glasses, like on a giant keyboard gathering information about Epstein, and it just makes me happy. Atomic renovation is one of two theories. I think it's the latter, but I'll say both. The first one is the idea that the stereotypical American 50s, whenever people had the idea of the atomic family, was part of a docility program, essentially get people to accept this one way of living, so that way they don't think about the government around them or the concepts, which while there's a case to be made for that, I think it's actually referring to the second idea. The second idea is that atomic weapons were developed by governments as a means of immediately reclaiming a populace. Basically, think of it like this. If the evil lizard government gets together and decides that they can nuke a certain country because the people aren't doing well, then they can just nuke it, and then they can wait 30 years, and then they can go in and just reset it. So essentially, you renovate whatever group of people you don't like, if they're too insubordinate or whatever, and atomic weapons are essentially a giant reset button. So they weren't developed as an arm race or to better defend a country, as we're led to believe, basically as a giant system of population control. Since its programming has to do with your individual experience as a human on Earth. Basically, it's like this. You've heard concepts.
Oh my god.
concepts that your red is not my red, and that everyone smells different smells a certain way, or everyone tastes things a different way, and all of those senses have slowly been programmed into you over time. The interesting thing is, we don't really know what does that programming. Sure, people can see different shades of colors differently, but it's believed that that is a learned trait rather than a born one. So there are these hidden factors that exist around us that cause us to experience reality in the precise way that we experience it, creating a 100% unique humanity from every person to person. Paradigm recolescence is a sort of expanding idea when it comes to technology of eventually getting to a point above consciousness. Think of it as like having an out-of-body experience that you can control and interact with other minds. The idea behind it is that we're really close. Like, think of everything technology can accomplish when it comes to medicine and psychology, and think if we can find a way to get consciousness out of the human body for a limited amount of time. A theory going a bit deeper than that. So there is this thing I've seen floating around whenever I talk about these sort of technological concepts on the iceberg called the Mariana Web. Essentially, it's supposed to be a very deep down part of the internet that is purely data. It's supposed to be the hard files on how to make the Broder's engine that I talked about. It has all the schematics to build a GGG-QEP, which is the supercomputer I talked about, and the paradigm recolescence as well. The idea is these are technological things that will push humanity to the next level, and even though we know how to do it, the elites or the powers that be are hiding them from us because either we're not ready or they don't want us to have that power. So essentially, somewhere there exists a super internet where we can make the next step in the technological revolution and become these super beings that can project our body and have infinite energy, and these forever computers and whatever. So if anyone can find it, I'll give you $5. Neolithic's contraption is closely related to the whole microchips found in dinosaur bones. Basically, looking at Neolithic devices or other ancient groups of people and the designs that they built, there's some interesting crossovers. For example, concepts like the aqueduct and even things like wind turbine engines had these sort of basic forms that were created in ancient society that we seem to forget about for 1,000 years and then reinvent later. So think about this. You have us now who is making technology, and then imagine that there was something like, I don't know, a great reset where all of humanity starts over. So then it continues on that pipeline, and then they begin to forget why they know some things, and then they're rediscovered. Essentially saying ancient world technologies that seemed quite advanced for their time are because of memories or remnants from technologies that existed in the previous generation of people. And I don't mean generation as in like their parents, I mean generation like the next cycle back. So these contraptions that were built thousands and thousands of years ago are due to contraptions that were built millions and millions of years ago. Iratus is something that if you're on this side of YouTube, I'm sure you've heard of before. Now there is an excellent video by Nexpo that I'm going to link in the description. He covers this in way better detail than I can go into right now, but the short version's this. Basically, someone discovered that at UPS there was a word called Iratus that they weren't supposed to ask about, and anyone who asked about it got fired. And after doing some digging, the original poster figured out that this exists across several companies, and Iratus is essentially this program that compiles information about millions and millions of people and then throws it into assumedly a government database. Of course, this is super illegal, but the idea behind it is that it is a means of general population control by knowing everything about what everyone's doing, etc. Where the creepy part comes in is that anyone who talks about Iratus online either gets shut down or silenced in some way. Now, Nexpo's video staying up after having like 3.6 million views about it kind of kills the fun there, but the idea of it being a super database that brings in information about everyone who seemingly just works normal jobs is still present. Diseases worship is exactly what it says. There are certain groups of society throughout history who have quite literally worshipped diseases. Examples of that would be gods like Sapano from older cultures that was quite literally the god of smallpox. So tie in what I said about the Black Plague earlier and put together this entire entire idea that if these great diseases that wiped out large portions of humanity were either extraterrestrial or supernatural in some way, then it would make sense for people to worship it, which would mean, in the historical context, they have the same energy of that as a sort of pagan god. And depending on how you feel about pagan gods or the ideas of lesser gods existing in the world, then it may stand to reason that diseases themselves are sort of expressions or at least punishments from these beings. Because several diseases seem to come out of nowhere, and why we believe that to be mutation, the theory is saying that it is in fact a divine, or I guess you could say anti-divine, whatever the correct word is for like other gods, I don't know. It's supernatural, honky wonky stuff. Animal plant hybrids relates to the overall idea of convergent evolution. Essentially, there have been modern microbes found that contain both plant and animal cells, leaving them as sort of like a perfect middle on what we understand as the biological trees. And if things can be observed in the modern times heading that direction, then potentially a way long time back, things from one tree jumped over to the other. Or the idea that all of biology itself is slowly going towards that perfect middle or perfect creature. Also, there were a bunch of like old middle-aged legends of like trees that like just made babies, or like these bushes and cabbages that made like goats and stuff. So that's related, I guess. Sky snag theory is saying that UFOs are the pure result of a chemical reaction in the air. Essentially, whenever two conflicting air waves hit each other at great speeds, or there's sort of a crosswind, the friction that's produced between them, along with the trace particles in them, starts to form essentially a snowball that keeps expanding. That sort of aluminum sphere that's created seems to be a UFO to us, but is actually an accumulation of whatever trace metals or other particles are floating around in the sky. This is saying not only are UFOs just objects in the air, but can also be induced by governments. So if they want to encourage UFO sighting in some place, all you got to do is release a bunch of trace elements into the air, make the airstreams go together, which we've well established at this point in the iceberg, the government controls the weather, and then boom, you've got a UFO. That would also explain the perfect shape, because the sphere is created because they're like perfectly adding the atoms wherever they seem fit, and that's why it's a circle. Also, every single video describing this, or like animation describing it, is really creepy and unsettling, and I'll let you find that for yourself. That is your homework, have fun with that. Weltslayer, which stands for World of Ice or World in Ice, something like that, is also known as glacial cosmogony. It was an idea brought forward by Hans Herbinger, whatever, in the early 19th century as an idea of the existence of humanity. The story's really long, but short version is one night he was looking at the moon and realized that the iridescence of it is exactly that of ice. And then after having a dream in which he was shown the cosmos and how ice broke apart and formed everything as we know it, he came to the idea that the base root of everything in the known universe was ice. Essentially, the theory says that trace amounts of hydrogen went through the air, and then they froze in the depths of space and created ice, and then those were broken apart, and that's what led to modern life. And water and life and oxygen and everything like that comes from melted or different versions of ice itself. This also relates to really old world ideas that on every side of the earth were essentially these giant ice walls, which is actually a theory that's still put forward by some flat earth believers, that around every corner of the earth are these giant walls of ice that hold in the barriers of what we know, or essentially the reason the world may be expanding is because it's melting outwards. Also, several old stories like a Norse mythology talked about giants beyond the ice wall. That's not related to this, I just had to mention that. And also, these ideas of the Weltslayer led to a lot of the German research that happened in World War II into theories like the occult and all of that, so that's something. Cosmic censorship cottage, I'm convinced, is a typo. And I know that nothing else on here has been a typo, and that doesn't make sense, but you also got to realize this iceberg was made by one person, and you also got to realize I spent like a day searching everywhere on the internet, all of my resources, for where cosmic censorship cottage goes together, and it's nowhere. However, there is a very known thing called the cosmic censorship conjecture, which I'm going to retcon here and say that's what he meant. Because cottage, for one, doesn't make sense here. There's a term that would fit on this iceberg that has a very closely related word, or at least spelling related there. And I have no idea how cottage could tie into this at all. So it's conjecture now. Just saying that now. The cosmic censorship conjecture is an idea that relates to things like black holes. So in the realm of physics, there are several things that we get to known as singularities. These are points where either gravity reaches an infinite point, or mass reaches an infinite point, or whatever. The reason black holes are a big example of that is because gravity goes to such a point that mass's weight goes to a near infinite. So every time that we get to one of these singularities, something really weird happens. That's where the idea of like E equals mc squared and other ideas that Einstein came up with come from. The idea that if you reach a theoretical infinite in energy, you can do really wonky things like travel through time. Or I should say a near infinite speed, but whatever, same thing. Basically, it's like there's these hard walls with our understanding of what we can do in physics that we just can't seem to break. Things like starting a black hole, despite our lack of trying with things like the Hadron Collider, or breaking the speed of light. However, anytime that happens in our known world, anytime that something breaks those rules of physics, there's like a weird veil put over it. Like a black hole, right? The reason it's called a black hole is because it carries such weight that light itself cannot escape the pool, which is a really wild concept to think about, but that doesn't mean nothing's going on there. It doesn't mean it's an empty space. It's just that from our rules of observation, whenever something gets to such a wild point in physics, it's impossible for us to view it. The same with something traveling faster than the speed of light. If something were to do that, we would have no way of seeing that or processing what it's doing. It would simply occur. The cosmic censorship conjecture is that anytime something is allowed to break our rules, we're not allowed to watch it. Now, if you want to get into the idea that that's God, that we're in a simulation, and those are like the parameters set by the CPU we're in, or whatever other theories you have, it's saying that whenever something does something that we ourselves can't, we're not allowed to look at it. This has led some to theorize that maybe if we could see into a black hole, we would see the supernatural or the afterlife or some other really out there concept that we can't really understand. Because there's no specific rules that just because mass gets so heavy we no longer can see it, it's again just like a sort of veil draped over our heads. So all of these gaps in our understanding of how the world works may not be accidental, but purposefully put there by someone or something. Tier 9 is called Man of the World, and the description reads, "The final understanding is so close you can almost feel it. At last you ascend, leaving behind all the conspiracies, all of the mysteries, all the known and unknowns. Finally, you can see past the iceberg." The despair code is a theory of a sort of anti-life equation. If you're familiar with concepts that we've discussed further up in the iceberg, like sleeper agents or MK Ultra conspiracies, you know there's these ideas that a person can be infiltrated with a certain line of code or words. This is where things like number stations come into play. The idea that there have been people who've been brainwashed to become triggered or activate if a certain line of dialogue is read off to them. Well, the despair code is that, but for every human on Earth. Supposedly there's a specific phrase or string of numbers that can activate anyone. Now, what that activation does is debated, but the majority of theories says it causes intense feelings of depression and even death in some individuals. This would obviously exist as some sort of massive cosmic weapon that, if wielded by someone or something, could destroy an entire population or even existence of people. Also, according to several people on the internet, the code is 3223412. So if me saying that just then caused extreme bouts of depression in you, you're welcome. However, theories with the despair code go a little bit deeper than that. Perhaps it's not just a phrase or sequence of numbers, but perhaps it could be an image or even a thought. If you've been on weird parts of the internet like I have, you've probably come across several different images that invoke a weird sense of existence. Like, you know all those posts you see that are like, "Oh, you're in a coma and we sent this message to get through to you, wake up, wake up." And those are ridiculous and they kind of miss the mark. Well, there's some images that legitimately give you that feeling. And the majority of these images that I'm thinking of come from the indescribable nature of what you're seeing. And it's almost like staring into this sort of void of colors or existence gives you this weird disassociation from yourself. The idea with this is that the despair code is actually a sequence of images that invoke feelings in you, the viewer, that make you transcend from your own body. And these sort of messed up images that I'm talking about are just close enough to the actual despair code that they cause a sort of glimpse of what that's like. There's even references to things like this in Lovecraft writing, and the idea that these old gods came to Earth or are from Earth and essentially put these hidden trip mines everywhere that whenever viewed by a specific viewer either open up some form of enlightenment or punishment. And if you want to get really meta with it, there's even a theory that the despair code proves the simulation theory. Or in other words, if we're all outside of a simulation or a computer, the despair code is the specific sort of exit key that will let someone escape from the simulation. And again, while this could be numbers or an image or whatever, it is a way to quite literally break the system or break out of it. So be careful scrolling the internet at night that you don't accidentally step on the super brain melting image that will transcend you from reality. Big Soy is the culmination of all the other sort of soy product things that I've talked about up until this point. I've talked about the weaponized femboys. I've talked about other nations weaponizing soy. I've talked about own countries weaponizing soy against their people. And this is an idea that everything's connected. The theory essentially says that there's a small group of people, or essentially New World Order type people, who work in the governments and different facilities of the world as a means of making the entire population more subservient. Basically through things like soy, according to this theory, as well as other different means of societal or social changes, people on a whole are being convinced to be more lax. This, of course, allows the people in power to demand more control. Essentially, if you can convince a group of people that they don't need to protect or make decisions for themselves, and that you instead can make and protect them for them, then that therefore gives you more control in their daily life and you become more powerful. This is saying that corporations, militaries, and everyone else, even if the people who make the decisions aren't privy to the overarching ideas of what they're doing, they are a part of it. So therefore, a small group of people are manipulating world powers in order to make the population more laid back and therefore more controllable. And this theory stretches a whole lot farther, with people losing their sense of agency agency or people losing a sense of property or ownership or blah blah blah. But the basic idea is don't drink soy milk or else Obama will buy your house. Dr. Emoto's water experiments are something else. Basically, a man by the name of Masaru Emoto was very interested in water and vibrational interaction. Pretty much he had theories when it came to vibrations in the air and in the earth that they could be used to heal certain individuals and certain ailments. Off of this, he got a very special interest in frozen water. More specifically, the way ice crystals form within frozen water. According to him, different waters held different personality characteristics. Essentially, water that came from mountains and springs froze much differently compared to waters that came from cities or drainages. Not only that, but according to him, waters that were exposed to pleasing vibrations as well as non-pleasing vibrations showed different patterns. What does that mean? Essentially, he would take water, set it on a glass, show it pleasant imagery and nice music, and then he'd take another cup of water, show it very harsh imagery and scream at it and just be very mean to the water. And then he said after he froze them, the water displayed different frozen characteristics. This has been used by some to imply the sentience of water. And according to Dr. Emoto, water is the basis of life and existence itself, and water exists as a higher form of existence than humans can really comprehend. Essentially, the theory says that the way that water froze differently according to the different vibrations it was introduced to proves that there are more complex qualities to water than we understand, and even an idea that water holds some form of life in some way. So yeah, water is alive. Try not to think about that one too much. Self-burying hoses may sound like a completely crazy topic, and it is, but hold on a second. At least where I live, it's a known folklore that you can take a water hose, and whenever you turn the water on, the water will sift down into loose dirt. Now, the idea behind this is that because of the pressure change through the hose, it causes it to sort of go downwards and follow the track through the soil. However, it's really hard to duplicate in experiments for some reason, and has always been considered a sort of pseudoscience along with things like divination, which are also local folklores. Maybe there's just weird stuff happening in the South. Now, there's one specific story that in 1955, several people around the US reported that after turning on their water hose, the water hose would shoot nozzle first into the ground up to 20 feet, and they couldn't get it back out. Now, this is very different from the self-burying hoses that I'm familiar with, or the other legends say that it sort of loosely shifts its way into the ground. We're talking the nozzle directly shoots into hard soil 20 feet and won't come back up. Make of that of your own conclusions. I'm not going to go full paranoia and talk about the implications of hollow earth and soil and water just yet, but we're getting there. But yeah, hoses be going underground for some reason. Cigarettes' extreme health benefits is saying that there are extreme health benefits to cigarettes that certain agencies do not want the public to know about. The theory says that tobacco, being a natural plant, has natural substances in it that can help the human condition. And while, as it's known, they cause damage to the body in the lungs and throat and things similar, the theory says that tobacco has outstanding effects on things like schizophrenia and immune disorders. And basically that Big Pharma doesn't want the public to know about this so they can continue to sell medication. Deeper theories into this say the rise in mental illnesses like schizophrenia or other paranoia disorders have been directly related to the decline in smoking. And you could tie all that back into Big Soy and see it as another way of the quote-unquote New World Order wanting people to remain not at the best capability. Yeah. Pastimes Iceberg is mostly real, I think, is a sort of joke or parrot that I mentioned earlier. Pretty much there is an iceberg known as the Pastimes Iceberg, and it's supposed to hold different pastimes, I guess. Whenever searching it, the closest I could find is this one, but see, the issue with this whole conspiracy iceberg chart is that it was made by one dude. So if it was something that only he knew about and he wrote down, there's no real way for me to know what he was talking about. So I guess the thing with this is that the guy actually does like murder stuff. I don't know. It's one of those ones that I wish I could ask the original creator. And he actually did message me midway through this series and gave me some vague description that he was like hiding in Europe, I guess. I don't know. If you're out there and you still watch these videos, I'd really appreciate a follow-up. But if not, good luck with whatever that's about. And we're just going to move on to things that I can better understand, like secret human organs, which says that humans have several organs that are being hidden from us by mainstream medical society. Think of it this way: if ideas of adaptation or evolution are true, and organisms develop new systems in their body to overcome ailments, then why haven't humans seen any new one in the past several hundred years? There are some examples of this happening, like people who've been found with new bones in their body, or people that have a new set of salivary glands. And while we see these little jumps in adaptation, there's nothing massive. The idea is that these are developing, and some of us have them, but They are being sheltered from us by mainstream sources because they don't want anyone becoming more powerful than those in charge. Or more specifically, tie it all back into the big soy and cigarette thing, that those in charge want us to stay weaker than them. Iceberg knowledge and iceberg psyops is kind of meta to talk about at this point. It's essentially saying that several of these icebergs, such as the one that we're going over right now, have purposefully wrong information in them as a means of misinforming the public. Now, I already kind of talked about with the whole parrot theory that there's some stuff in here to make it look not suspicious, but this one is saying that there is purposefully wrong information in here, that way people don't get too smart to some things. So this is an iceberg telling me that whoever they are and don't want us to figure out the real information may put false information in icebergs just like this. So yeah, top of mountains is implying that there is a sort of cosmic importance or power to mountain tops. Think of it like this way. Remember when I talked about ley lines, how they're these sort of harmonic flows throughout the world in which supernatural instances occur? Well, imagine the tops of mountains being their own ley line. Essentially, if there's a sort of unseen supernatural or vibrational world around us, mountains are the sort of border where they peak from our world into theirs. This is due to the lack of interference of other vibrational entities that are more so at the lower points on Earth, and the top of mountains are much more direct contact. There's even theories that the constructions of things like pyramids were done specifically to simulate the top of a mountain and therefore be more powerful. People tie this in from everything from the ascension of Jesus mentioned in the New Testament being on a mountaintop to imply that that is the sort of gateway from our world to theirs. And remember theories I've mentioned in the past like interdimensional Bigfoot and that never gets old. And the idea that these supernatural or cryptids can pass seemingly out of our view or understanding. It could be because these mountaintops are used by them as a sort of gateway. Organs decalcification is closely related to the pineal gland decalcification that I mentioned somewhere up there, and essentially says that the fluoride or other chemicals that are introduced to our body by modern society are keeping us held down. Like, for example, think about in centuries previous how spiritual people were and seemingly how in contact they were with supernatural entities. All things that we now can't see or make contact with. The idea being that the powers that be are filling our body with these chemicals as a means of immobilizing us in a spiritual sense. So things like meditation or concentration can work as a means of decalcifying our body, or in other words, reach enlightenment. And you can go even further with this and imply that those who have reached enlightenment or the next stage of existence, whatever that may be, simply found an appropriate way to decalcify their own body. I'm gonna put a slight info hazard or cognito hazard or whatever have you on this next term. If you take stuff like knowing about this can hurt you seriously online, I would skip a couple minutes ahead. And also don't look at the picture up here. Solar plexus clown gliders is supposed to be a sort of mental virus. Essentially, the idea is that saying the phrase that I just said or viewing this image directly causes you to become opened up to a sort of demon that enters your body through the solar plexus, which is one of the chakras of the body. Those who continuously hear the word said over and over or stare at images like this for a long amount of time not only open their body up to it more, but make the demon more powerful. With some even saying that they have seen the faces following it after being subjected to this demon, and it therefore is a sort of curse that can be passed around online, and was in a chain email in the 1990s. Similar to the despair code, there's another theory that the reason this exists is because, as part of simulation theory, this is a sort of glitch or hiccup in the system, that if someone can figure out how to properly exploit it, it can be used as a means of it getting out. Or alternatively, whatever this thing is, or the solar plexus clown glider is something that at one point did get out. Skin is an alien parasite. Oh, I love my job. Skin is an alien parasite is saying that at some point at the beginning of humanity's existence, humans were essentially the nervous and conscious system of our body as we know it, and the skin and more physical parts was another entity that bonded together. This is a process that is seen in the wild known as endosymbiosis, and there's theories like the mitochondria within animal cells and plant cells, I suppose, was that exact thing happening. One organism bonded with another, and they both realized that they could exist better while together. This is saying that perhaps humans that are the conscious part of our body are not fit for the body that we currently have it, and that's why things like death occur. So therefore, death is not necessarily the death of you as you exist, but instead the separation of your consciousness from the alien parasite that you bonded with however many million years ago, separating between the two. So essentially, humans exist as a form of spiritual and physical endosymbiosis. Anti-medicine is the idea that some, and in a few theories, all of modern medicine is just a means to to make you worse, not better. This all relates back to Big Pharma and the idea that they are not only hiding cures from us, but instead are purposely giving us things that make us sick and therefore make us more reliant on them. And also ties into the New World Order and blah blah blah, you get the point. Original Earth has to do with an idea known as gap creationism. So for those that don't know, there are several different theories when it comes to biblical scholars of how the Earth itself was created, at least according to the creationist theory of the world. In the book of Genesis, it says that the world was created in 7 days. Now there are some that quite literally believe that means 7 24-hour days, and that's what it took for the Earth to be created. There are some that believe the term day is more of a metaphor for maybe 1,000 years, and that explains the sort of age of the world compared to the supposed age it could be in creationism. And then there's gap creationism, which is the idea that there is a very distinct difference between the first and second verse of Genesis. The opening of the Bible reads as, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." And then the second verse reads, "The earth was without form and void." And then from that, it begins to describe how the creation of the earth took place. So gap creationists ask the question of, if heaven and earth were made and then after that the earth was developed, then what was the original earth? The theory with this ties back into something I've mentioned before called the Great Reset. The idea that we as humanity exist continuously on a sort of loop that occurs every so many million years, where we reach ourselves to a breaking point, fall apart, and then humanity is restarted. This is the sort of biblical explanation to the Great Reset theory. Essentially, time continues as it does, and then according to the book of Revelation, a sort of rapture takes place in which humanity is wiped out and the earth is destroyed, and it says that God makes a new earth. This theory is saying that that has happened a supposed infinite amount of times. That in the beginning of Genesis, we read that the earth was created and then the earth was formed, and at the end of Revelations, we read that the earth was destroyed and a new one was made. And all of that is a cycle that continuously takes place, and we're just in the middle of one of those cycles. If you've been kind of tying the pieces together, you can see that a lot of these theories that are mentioned on the iceberg imply a sort of universal connection between religions and science and everything else, and this is another example of that. The example of a sort of Great Reset that can be extrapolated from books in the Hebrew Bible. Meat stations and meat tradings are sadly exactly what they say. The theory says that there are several openly known Southeast Asian cannibal markets. And this in itself isn't exactly a crazy theory, as cannibalism is a thing that continuously happens in the world, sadly. And then when you start to do all the math of how many people go missing in the world every year, and the supposed number of cannibals, and these sort of just completely undocumented food trading places, yeah, you see what I'm saying. Now, this is the first one on the iceberg that says do not research next to it. And the reason it says that is because there's a lot of implications tied between this and the things I mentioned earlier, like the Chinese organ trade, which is a thing that happens, as well as several Western elitist rings, which could have very peculiar fascinations when it comes to people. And that's as far as I'm going with that one. World wraps can be most easily explained by, you know how in Pac-Man, whenever you go off the screen on one side, you just continue on the screen on the other side? So imagine that, and that's how the universe works. Essentially, it's the idea that if you travel far enough in one direction, you wrap back to where you started, and we are sort of contained in this infinite loop. This would also explain why there seems to be a sort of infinite limit when it comes to our understanding of the universe. And while you may say, oh, that's because the universe is infinite, this theory is saying is that we're just looking at the same thing mirrored over and over again. And the practical application would tie back into simulation theory and the idea that we're in a sort of closed circuit that's just made to look like it's not. Smart dust is a technology that was theorized in the mid-90s. Essentially, you have a sort of dust or powder that is made up of these very microscopic pieces of technology that whenever exposed to things like different lights or temperature, they can move or interact as a sort of sea off of each other. Of course, if tech like this is theorized and then never gets invented, it's going to work its way into a conspiracy theory. So the idea is that that smart dust was developed and then put into things like food or water in order to make people these sort of sleeper agents. In other words, there's this dust that in the body cannot be detected on its own, but whenever it acts together, it can do everything from moving a person to causing entirely different changes in your mental state, and is essentially the idea that because of this smart dust, everyone's a sleeper cell. So Good luck with that. Secret gates are the sort of culmination to a lot of theories mentioned up until this point. We've talked a lot about things like Agartha and supernatural creatures like demolition elves, as well as man-made structures like temples inside of caves or pyramids. And this is basically saying that while they could be different across cultures and ideas, they all serve the same basic purpose. There is a realm of the unseen around us that we can't interact with. And all of these structures that I'm talking about are different forms of gateways. Tops of mountains or ritual pyramids or whatever are just means of crossing over or communicating with the unseen. So while these seemingly different phenomena, either of the natural world or of the man-made, may seem like their own things, they're all subtly connected as a way to communicate with that which we cannot on our own. Golf rumors is the idea that the PGA in the United States is used as a cover-up for things. Essentially, you have a sport that millions and millions of dollars flow through every year that is known to be an avenue for politicians and other elitists. So therefore, the tour itself is used as a front for their evil doings. The theory even goes to say that several scandals that have popped up in the golf community have just been a means of silencing these smaller findings that could become big and they've shut up. Or in other words, if someone ever figures out what's actually happening with these golf people, they'll just make a bigger story to overwhelm it while they privately silence that matter. And I can't go any further into this theory without implicating people who are really alive and probably definitely aren't doing any of this stuff, so we're just going to move on. Robert Golf and the glass camera has no association with golf itself, so put that out of your head. It has to do with a viewless recorder that was theorized in the 90s to 2000s. Essentially, it says that there was an idea between three-letter agencies in the United States to make a sort of viewless recorder, or in other words, a camera that is not visible. This is why it was called the glass camera, essentially a device that could be used by people to record or view actions of someone without having any evidence that it was being recorded. Now, of course, while this is not only impossible, it completely breaks the understanding of physics, like how could you have a thing that records something visual but cannot also bring in light waves, and you get the point. And the details of how the glass camera was to be built were never made public. The idea is that it wasn't done using physical properties, but psychic properties. Supposedly there was a famed psychic by the name of Robert Golf, which the government has done a good job at eliminating the record of his existence, who worked with the government on astral projection. So essentially what would happen, according to this theory, is Robert Golf would be hooked up to these sort of imagers that attach to his head and put his thoughts onto a screen. So then essentially what Robert would do is he would astrally project out of his body and then go view something as a sort of ghost or specter, and then that was wired back to his brain, which was then wired to a television, and that's how the glass camera works. The reason it can be a camera with no person or no evidence of a camera is because it is the astrally projected vision of his wired into a TV monitor, which... Alright, supposedly, the way this all ended is one time Robert was out of his body too long while astral projecting and died. And for a few brief seconds, went to heaven, to which the image of it was transmitted back into his body, meaning there is supposed found footage of heaven. And according to the theory, that footage was immediately stolen by the Catholic Church and remains in the Vatican vault to this day. So Robert Golf astrally projected heaven found footage into the Catholic Church vault. Oh my gosh. Man, this is why I love this part of the conspiracy iceberg. Do you know what it's like to read all of that at 2 a.m. by yourself in a dark room? It feels like a drug. And we've still got another 3 or 4 videos left at this point. I'm so excited. Pyramids built by the Templars Order is exactly what it says, with a little asterisk on it. So the Templars Order, also known as the Knights Templars, are specifically the Crusaders that were put together by the Catholic Church during the Crusades. Now, there are several overarching theories of the Templars Order, some saying that they invented more things in history than history gives them credit for, some saying they still exist today or whatever. However, this specific theory is going off of the idea that the Templars are the spiritual descendants of the Masons. The Masons, at least as we're going to look at them for this theory, are believed to be created and founded by Solomon during the construction of the temple in Jerusalem. So the idea is King Solomon, who was the son of King David, put together this order known as the Masons in order to build the temple and keep whatever secrets he had held close. And then over the centuries, that same group maintained these secrets within themselves and eventually became the Templars order. So what's this have to do with the pyramids? Well, the pyramids, as you probably know, are considered a marvel of construction. In other words, it's not really known how at the time the inside of the pyramids was as intricately done as it was. This has led to theories like aliens helping the Egyptians build the pyramids, because it's not believed that any group of people at the time were advanced enough in their engineering in order to build them. However, as some have pointed out, several of the symbols and the sort of signage seen around the pyramids is very similar to that used by the Masons and therefore the Templars. Remember that thing I said, that the idea behind this conspiracy is that the Masons were created in order to guard safely kept knowledge? And remember the theories I've mentioned previously of things like the Great Reset? Well, what if an order like the Masons or the Templars had advanced knowledge of what the world was like before everything reset itself? So, according to this theory, you have this one group throughout history who has all the schematics, all the information and knowledge from the world previous, and is now enacting that in this current iteration. So the reason the pyramid would be so advanced for its time in history is because those that built it had knowledge of humanity's previous cycle. So if the Templars built the pyramid, the reason they were able to do it is because maybe they knew how it was built on the first go around. Or you could even go farther and say perhaps the pyramids have been there since that previous go around and are just a holdover from that, or whatever level of absurd, crazy fun you want to have with it. Endless elevators are a phenomenon that's been reported by several urban explorers. Supposedly, within abandoned buildings there exist these elevator shafts that go in far excess of the building's dimensions. Or basically they'll find an empty elevator shaft in which inside the abandoned building the elevator is permanently parked above, say, the second or third floor, and then whenever they stand on the first floor and shine a flashlight down, it seems like it goes on forever. There's even been some people go as far as to map out where these are located, and there are upwards of 500 of these supposed endless shafts in existence. The theory surrounding the endless elevator is that it is a transport system between caverns located within the earth and the surface world. In other words, either these people or creatures that exist in subterranean areas are using these elevators as a way to get from our world back down to theirs. And furthermore, whoever is in charge of building these buildings has direct knowledge of them and is either part of it or at least facilitating it. There's also several connections to things like missing persons cases and the idea that people who go missing in cities may be taken into these cave systems. And there's been theories I've talked about earlier on this iceberg about underground laboratories and these underground sort of train systems that transport people back and forth. And this is supposedly the means of getting people underground and may, in some cases, still be in use. Divinity's playing card game is a sort of meta look at existence itself, and the theory says that all the different religious figures are in fact real and are playing a sort of amusement game with each other, and we're simply the pawns. In other words, the way that the game goes could result in natural disasters, or different rounds of the game could represent different ages of history. And that's pretty much it. You know the picture of like all those dogs sitting around a table playing cards? Well, it's like that, only instead of dogs, it's like Odin and Ra and Jesus. Regurgitation rituals are a sort of pagan ritual that was experienced in old world religions. It works off the idea that by ingesting something and then throwing it back up, you're essentially cleansing yourself from within in both a spiritual and physical sense. So practitioners of these rituals will eat a variety of things in order for the chemicals or essence within it to cleanse their own body. Now, if you're looking to eat something that contains an essence, because the idea is the stronger the essence of whatever you eat, the more powerful it is at cleaning you out, what do you think probably has the strongest essence? That's right, people. So, you know all those theories about the world elites being these cannibals who send people around the world in order to just eat them? Well, this is one of the theories for why that may be the case. By consuming the essence or body of someone else and then forcing yourself to regurgitate it, you're making the essence of that human clean your own soul, basically. So if you're driving home at night and you see 10 hooded figures circled on the road just throwing up in a circle, you probably shouldn't be there for several reasons, but being Eden's one of them. Hook Operators comes from a book known as Operators and Things. This book was written by a woman named Barbara O'Brien, who was writing about her experience when it came to schizophrenia. Basically, she had this idea because of her schizophrenia of how the world worked, so she wrote a book describing exactly how she saw people and existence. According to her, there's a small part of the population known as hook operators. These hook operators have the ability to spread their core charisma or sort of essence onto other people and make them see the world as the way that they see it. Or in other words, there's this small percentage of people who work as these sort of charismatic figures that can manipulate others to do whatever they want. And as for the majority of people, they are simply the things, or people that do not have the willpower to express their own emotions and desires and instead need a hook operator in order to guide them. The term hook operator comes from the quite literal metaphor of people being hooked and then operated in order to act however the operator wants them to. And in a lot of these cases, Barbara said that these hook operators operate as a sort of psychic vampire, or in other words, they leech energy off of the things, and then after the hook operator has left the thing's presence, that thing doesn't have the energy to continue without its operator. This can be expanded into many things, from politics and world leaders in general, and people who exhibit signs of control over others. However, that's a whole bag of worms I don't want to get into, so we're just going to keep moving. Regenerative death consumption is similar in a lot of ways to that regurgitation ritual thing I just mentioned, only a bit more gross. So going back to old pagan beliefs and traditions, there was another specific idea when it came to eating the dead. In a lot of old world beliefs, there were ideas that the body and soul are much more intertwined than we understand them to be. Like, for example, if you ask your average religious person today what happens when someone dies, there is a distinct separation between body and soul. Whereas in several old world beliefs, the body and soul were interlinked until someone did something with the body. Like, for example, the ancient Egyptians believed that their leaders needed to be mummified and have their organs harvested. And a ton of different world religions believe the body either needed to be burned or buried to make sure that the soul gets into the afterlife. So the regenerative death consumption enthusiast asks the question, what if I eat it? Because theoretically, if the soul is still attached to the body and you eat the body, then the soul becomes attached to you. There were old world beliefs that had the idea that if you just ate a bunch of people's bodies, you could not only gain their power, but theoretically their remaining lifespan. So one could theoretically achieve a form of immortality if they just ate enough corpses. A lot of sort of ideas like this became legends for things like Nosferatu, or just vampiric legend in general. And if there's some person you just don't like for whatever reason who's alive today, you can just say that he's a vampire from the 1400s who's been eating people for like 700 years. That's like a joke now, but in the 1700s, that's how the majority of legal trials worked. Chakra removal is the idea that one can take a chakra and remove it. The chakras are supposedly the different windows to the souls and different places of energy within the body. So removing them would in a way be kind of like removing someone's soul, or at least a piece of it. However, there are theories that using the right forms of black magic and other forms of witchcraft One may remove the chakra from someone else and in essence kind of deprive them of their humanity. There's even been people apply this concept to things like the MK Ultra experiments or other weird government experiments where they tried to simply make sleeper agents. And one of the theories of sleeper agents themselves is by removing the chakra from someone, you can then reinsert it with whatever you want. So in this case, a code or activation or what have you, in order to have a mindless agent. The idea being, if you remove a piece of someone's soul, you can fill it in with whatever you want. Sexual erotic energy is saying that whenever someone is sexual or erotic, it lets off a tangible physical form of energy. Now, not energy like if you were to stab yourself with an electric plug, it would turn on a light bulb, although that would be funny, but it creates energy that can be used in different forms of magic or alchemy. I've mentioned on this iceberg before about how there was ideas in centuries before ours about how the appropriate way forward in science wasn't through things like electricity, but instead energy and the spiritual. This is kind of saying that if we did go that direction, then libido would be used as a legitimate form of power, or power in whatever form power would exist. Furthermore, this is saying that demons that exist, like a succubus and incubus, that are supposed to seduce humans, actually exist as a form of energy parasite, or basically the reason that they do those seduction acts is as a means of harvesting your energy. So the next time you think someone just wants you for your body, they don't. They want you for your secret soul battery thing. Trees are mammals. Yep, time, history moves in reverse. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'll go back. So trees, as we know them, do have forms of communication with each other, and through things like chemical signaling, they're able to talk to each other. The idea is way back in the evolutionary tree, there was a branch between mammals and trees. Anyway. And from a common ancestor, the two shot off from each other. I've mentioned a lot at this point the ideas of forest having this sort of hidden energy, or the idea that there are living things within mountains. Well, if trees have a sort of collective consciousness that is more intricate than our current understanding forms of life, then perhaps a lot of the supernatural things that take place within the woods are the responsibility of the trees themselves and not whatever we think is out there amongst the trees. Or in other words, perhaps trees as they exist are a more complicated organism than we currently think. Time and history moves in reverse is referring to something known as retrocausality. Retrocausality. Yeah. That word is a way of saying that the effect makes the cause and not the other way around. In other words, our understanding of how the world works is I do an action, therefore an event occurs. This is saying that things are preordained. So therefore, this thing in the future has to happen, so that causes me to make a series of steps that lead to that happening. So history and events as we understand them do not exist because of the actions of people, instead because we have to hit these certain graphs, and therefore people were forced to take action to get there. Every time you go down the rabbit hole of research with this, it always comes out to something related to simulation theory, or almost similar to that divinity's playing a card game thing I talked about. Basically the idea idea that something is making sure certain events take place, and we're pretty much just bystanders who are forced to walk the path of it all. Math Vault of Trinidad was really hard to find anything about, so bear with me here. With a lot of the ones this deep into the iceberg, people will mention it in passing, but they won't really talk about what it is, so I've kind of had to like fill in the gaps in some parts, so let's see how this goes. On the island of Trinidad off the coast of Venezuela, there is a supposed thing known as the Math Vault. Around a series of caves and caverns in the area, there we go back to caverns again, there are several mathematical equations carved into rock. And to anyone who looks at them, even researchers and other high-minded people, it's pretty much just nonsense. Or in other words, all these half-finished equations just kind of seem like random numbers rather than an actual long strung out equation. Now the theories around it are that these numbers are a sort of divine number, and the reason they look senseless to most people is because most people aren't divine or gifted enough to understand them. And in theory, if someone was to understand them and figured it out, they would be able to open this math vault. And what happens after that is anyone's guess. Some people say that they would be able to unlock a sort of algorithm that determines the state of world affairs or future occurrences that are going to happen. Some think that it's a method to talk to aliens, and that whoever can open up the math vault will have a means to communicate with extraterrestrials. It's anyone's guess, but the basic idea is that there is this hidden code on the island of Trinidad that no one's been able to figure out yet. Entity merging is a concept when it comes to computing. However, what it basically means is whenever you have two different things that share the same name. So apply that to the real world and say we have two of the same person existing in different areas, or as we'll say here, in different timelines. This goes back to a lot of concepts of string theory, and this is pretty much a form of quantum entanglement, or the idea of two different existing things merging together. The idea with entity merging is on either side of two separate timelines or strings or universes, whatever you want to call it, you have two instances of the same person, and either by accident or ritual or whatever, the two merge into one. Now this could be used as everything from the Mandela effect to supposed gaps in history. In other words, perhaps the reason that people just seemingly disappear at random, or perhaps the reason you seem to misremember events from your own past, is because you merged with a slightly altered version of yourself, or that previously mentioned missing person just merged with a different version of their self. Inside out Earth. Flat Earth, get it out of here. Hollow Earth, amateur. Inside out Earth, now we're talking. Inside out Earth is exactly what it says. It's the concept that the Earth exists within itself, and gravity as we understand it is not the motion of the Earth spinning and pinning us down, but instead the centrifugal force of the Earth pinning us essentially to the walls. So if you take that idea and then take concepts like hollow Earth, or the idea that there are these hidden cavernous systems underneath us, that would actually be a way to get quote-unquote outside of Earth. Hence one of the reasons that the supposed hollow Earth is such a safely kept secret. And the sun as we know it is just kind of like a really small sun in the middle of the sort of floating area that is the inside of the Earth. And you may ask yourself, well, how do we like look at space and stuff? That's just because whenever we look at space, we're looking at like these little cracks that go outside of the inside out Earth. I mean, why do you think the sky's blue, huh? It's because you're looking at the ocean above you, idiot. Human biocapital is an absolutely terrifying couple of words, but here we go anyway. It's the quite literal idea that humans are used as a resource capital throughout history and even in the modern world. We understand that things like slavery used to exist, but imagine after slavery became kind of taboo, instead they moved to using people as either a fuel source, either as food, or quite literally a fuel source. There's supposedly things like the Afghan cannibal caves, or the idea that there are these groups of shepherds that exist throughout the Afghanistan mountain system who have been raising humans over the centuries to sell to these world powers as a food source. And along with things I mentioned earlier like China and the meat market trade, with the ideas that all of these elites are selling humans to each other. It's one horrifying thing to imagine that people are used in these sort of markets. It's an even more horrifying thing to imagine that people are used as a primary economy source and influence world decisions based on whoever can sell the most goods. TGA gray spacing is another one of those things, like the Math Volta Trinidad, where I had to piece together a bunch of sort of ideas of something, so bear with me. TGA is short for something known as transient global amnesia. This is basically a situation in which several people forget major historical events. And gray spacing, as it's defined here, is a quite literal version of sort of blacking out or forgetting large gaps in time. So TGA gray spacing, as I understand it, is the idea that there are powers at hand making people forget major historical events. A lot of concepts around this relate back to things like time dilation or amnesiacs, or in other words, you can induce people to either misremember large periods of time or just forget things entirely. And it relates back to the idea that through some form of magic or ritual or even science, powers at hand can make people forget certain events. So, if there are large groups of people who forgot major events that happened, what's to say all of us, in some way, haven't been made to forget certain things that have happened? What if there's been some cataclysmic event that would destroy people's perception of reality? Or what if there's been national security breaches that put entire governments at threat? If in things like MK Ultra and all that, we see that the government has been experimenting with people and how to make them forget things, what's to say we haven't been made to forget things ourselves? The ocean at night refers to a specific event that happened in the Gulf of Aden. I need to explain a couple of things for this to make sense. So for one, there is this thing seen in marine life known as vertical migration. Basically, if there is a creature that does not like the light and prefers the darkness, then as the sun goes up, it goes deeper underwater, and as the sun goes away, it may go closer to the surface. And alternatively, if there is an animal that likes the light and it's a very bright day, it may go deeper underwater, but as the sun leaves, it may find light sources near the surface or even above water. Hence the term vertical migration, because within a day, these ocean life creatures could migrate up or down depending on the light. This is also believed to be part of the reason why massive underwater predators are never seen on the surface, because if they're nocturnal and simply follow food sources as they move underwater, then the food source that they're chasing probably won't ever go up to the surface, because at night, whenever this creature is active, there isn't a giant light source for them to get to. This is the reason that whenever you go night fishing, you set a light out in the water, because the little fish come to find the light because that's what they follow, and then the big fish follow them. So in the Gulf of Aden in the year 2010, there was a project for something that I've only seen called the artificial sun. I believe the purpose of it was a sort of thermal reactor that they decided to place within the ocean as a cooling system, or in other words, a very, very bright light source that creates a lot of energy that is harvested for power. So they set it in the ocean as a means of keeping it cool. However, remember that whole artificial light thing makes things move differently in water, so they set a fake sun on the ocean, and supposedly that woke up something very big. During this artificial sun project, there were 82 earthquakes reported in a 48-hour period around the area. Shortly after that, 27 different world navies sent their soldiers to fight quote-unquote pirates around the area. However, leaked text log leaks have shown that there was a giant vortex in the area they were responding to instead. And the whole fighting pirates thing was just a farce made up in order to dissuade interest. So imagine there is this giant superfish underwater that periodically eats things like, I don't know, sharks or whales or whatever. However, it never comes up to the surface because its prey never travels up that far. Now imagine you set a giant sun on top of the ocean and all of the prey animals go to it, and the giant fish comes, and that's what supposedly happened. So supposedly in 2010 in the Gulf of Aden, due to our own stupidity, we woke up a giant Cthulhu thing, and then a bunch of navies had to go deal with it. Thank you, WikiLeaks, for that. Berry bushes are a theory around the missing 411 incidents in the US. I'm going to start an entire series about missing 411 because there's way too many interesting things to talk about. But short version for now, around the United States every year, an unholy amount of people go missing in national parks. Not only that, but it's almost always through really weird circumstances. Like someone will be found dead and naked on the side of a trail, and then their clothes found like neatly folded 10 miles away. Or people will be found like ripped to pieces at the top of a tree with their shoes gone for some reason. And berry bushes are a theory that someone proposed why this may be the case. So there are several plants as we understand them in the natural world that have hallucinogenic effects. Well, someone asked the question, what if there is like a berry bush or something similar that exists in the United States parks that we just don't know about, that whenever someone inhales it in, they just go mad? This would explain things like kids being able to run 9 miles away and then collapsing, or people taking off all of their clothes before folding them up and then running up a mountainside. The idea behind this is perhaps there is a plant that we don't know about, or maybe the powers that be don't want us to know about, that causes people to essentially go mad, run away, and lead to these disappearance cases. The sky is alive. So remember, like, I forget how many years ago, I talked about the concept of UFOs being these living creatures. Okay, so apply that to all of it. This is saying that the astral bodies like stars and planets and the sky itself as we know it is a sort of organism that is specifically trying to communicate with us. The idea being that the stars themselves as they exist were made as a sort of navigation system for us to use, but not only that, it allows a constant state of surveillance. Most of this ties back into simulation theory with the idea that the sky is sort of the net around our simulation itself, and changements and movements in it can be everything from maintenance to a sort of system glitch or reset on itself or whatever. And in whatever regard, the sky itself is its own responsive system. Volcanoes' real purpose. So you know that whole reset theory thing that I've mentioned? How humanity exists and then we all wipe ourselves out for some reason and then the whole cycle just keeps going. And you know how like currently nuclear energy is the thing that's all cool, and as time moves on we develop more and more of these nuclear or thermal reaction systems. And you know how volcanoes are weird because they're like this random just giant amalgamation of thermal and nuclear energy just in the middle of these mountains. The idea is that perhaps volcanoes are the leftover remnants of nuclear energy from the previous cycle. That if within these mountain systems we allowed a nuclear plant to sort of go haywire and exist for hundreds and thousands of years, it would eventually develop into a volcano. So these previous world's power sources are now seen as these giant volcanic rocks in our current loop. Yeah, loop, that works. And perhaps volcanoes themselves are one of the last remaining remnants of the societies that existed before us and in advancement to us. Nano UFOs and giga UFOs. So as most people understand them, UFOs are like about the size of a ship, or you know, the flying saucer in the air whole thing. So nano UFOs can be as small as something that can fit into your bloodstream, with the idea being that these flying saucers can go inside of people and cause them to do whatever they want, similar to smart dust, which I mentioned earlier. And giga UFOs can be clouds or stars or the entire sky itself. The idea being that these unbelievably massive UFOs exist potentially all around us as either a surveillance system, or it goes back to either the whole simulation idea of we're just being watched and these giga UFOs could be like the entire world around us, or alternatively we're just really small, which is a bit more wholesome, I think, probably. I do have to mention, in research for like the nano UFO specifically, I came across this entire like small book this dude wrote about how a fly had been following him around, and he was convinced it was a nano UFO that was tracking his location and reporting it to someone. And like one of the top replies, someone was like, I think that's just a fly. And the original guy goes, no. Like, these are all fun, but it is kind of sad sometimes, I'll admit. Like, see, like, if someone believed in all of these at once, I don't think they'd be able to function at anything, really. Like, if you believe the sky simultaneously is a giga UFO, a living creature, as well as a map above the simulation, that's gotta be rough. Holistic tubes is a specific kind of alternative medicine, specifically a type of alternative medicine that relies on charged metals. Whenever most people think of alt medicine, they think of things like herbal remedies or stretching and meditation. Well, this would be like alt medicine. The idea behind holistic tubes is that the majority of sicknesses or illnesses that people encounter come from a place of negative energy. A lot of this goes back to things I've talked about earlier, like spiritual chakras or energy gathering beings and things like that. While there are different theories on how these tubes are charged, a majority of them say something like magnetized tubes or potentially energy charged tubes, such as a sort of battery. A lot of these I saw had to do with ear infections, so the idea that you could take a metal rod, magnetize it, put it in your ear, and get pain relief. If this were to be true, it would obviously lead to more revelations in science, such as ideas
of how energy is determined and what illness truly is, but that belief has several practitioners and users to this day. Cuneiform language and technology is relating back to the idea of cuneiform language, which is essentially a sort of old world written language that relied more on symbols and logos rather than pronunciation and words as we know today. You can think of this as things like old Mesopotamian text or things like Egyptian hieroglyphics. Now, while there is a specific type of programming language referred to as cuneiform because it uses symbols very similar to that of cuneiforms, the greater theory behind it comes back to ideas of relearned intelligence. Or in other words, people thousands and thousands of years ago decided the best form of writing was that through symbols and logos, and then sure enough in modern technology there seems to be examples of people relearning what was once known. Now, while the theory partially ends there and it's just the idea that people continuously relearn whatever the highest order of information is, we can have more fun with it and apply that back into the Great Reset theory, or the idea that humanity works in cycles on the same planet Earth. If that were true, then perhaps the ancient people who wrote the first cuneiforms got their inspiration from the remnants that were left behind by what we would consider a modern society, and then that modern society got it from the previous group of old time people, and so on and so forth. Essentially creating an almost paradox of information that is passed on from yourself within the previous cycle. Bhutanese shadow market refers to the landlocked country that resides between India and China in the East Himalayas, known as Bhutan. Now, initially, ideas around the Bhutanese shadow market, as it was referred to online, was pretty much your standard ideas of a sort of black market organ trade. And while that would normally be as deep as the theory goes, we're on tier 9, so you know it gets worse. According to those who have interacted with the shadow market, it is not a physical or in-person trade as we would know it, but instead a spiritual storefront. In other words, the only way to access anybody in the shadow market is through meditation and contacting them within a spiritual realm. From there, this supposed shadow market that is operated by Bhutanese monks sells a plethora of forbidden or sacred spiritual goods. And supposedly these goods that they sell are spiritual items such as the life elixir, which can make someone be immortal, human souls trapped within jars, and things like curses in bottles. So essentially, if one reads a high enough plane of understanding but wants to have their hands on nefarious items, they could use their plane of understanding to contact one of the monks within the Bhutanese shadow market and then buy things like human souls and magic capable items off of them. You know, sometimes I say stuff like that and then I think to myself, like, wouldn't it be funny if someone heard that out of context? But at this point in the iceberg, I think I'd just be committed. Hydrophobia experiments is essentially another name for rabies experiments. See, rabies was originally known as hydrophobia, at least back whenever Louis Pasteur was developing his vaccine for it. The reason for this being creatures that were infected with rabies and showing symptoms of it had a strong aversion to water. The reason for this is the rabies virus causes such an intense swelling of salivary glands that it makes it hard to swallow. So if a subject tries to swallow water, they begin to choke and throw up. Ironically, the intense salivation and high body temperature makes the patient very, very thirsty, so it's a very tragic and slow way to die. However, as you probably know, rabies is most famous for the deranged nature that it gives to the people who are infected by it. Well, see, that's where these experiments come in. So rabies itself is a form of a single-strand RNA virus. Now, without getting into all the details of what that means, one of the things that it means is that it can mutate very, very easily. To put it in perspective, things like the common cold and the flu are also single-strand RNA viruses, and there's new versions of them several times a year. So the theory is, since this is not only a very scary but a very infectious and mutatable pathogen, there have been countries that have done experiments on rabies in order to make a sort of bioweapon. The reason it's referred to as hydrophobia experiments is because people infected by it, it's not exactly rabies anymore because it's been combined with the flu and syphilis and a bunch of other diseases in order to make this new disease. However, the commonality through all of them is that the patient still experiences hydrophobia, so the disease is just called hydrophobia. But you can absolutely think of it as a zombie plague because according to the theory, that's exactly what it does. There are supposed logs that exist from Russia within the 1980s and the Cold War in which Russia kind of had the idea that if anyone decided to destroy them, they would have a sort of dead man switch, that they could give a final middle finger and infect the world with this sort of zombie plague, or in this case, the hydrophobia experiment. Supposedly, the patients within these hydrophobia experiments weren't just out of their head and frothing at the mouth, but they were particularly violent at trying to kill not only each other but anyone else who was nearby, after dying 2 to 3 weeks in from dehydration. There are even theories that say during the Iraqi conflict, one of the reasons that there was so much containment measures and countries like the US were so hesitant to leave is because there had been stolen samples of the hydrophobia virus throughout the Middle East. And that one of the reasons world governments were so shady about what their involvement in the Middle East was is because they didn't want to alert worldwide panic by saying we're looking for the zombie plague. Which, to be fair, could be, kind of concerning. Phantom time was a theory proposed by Herbert Illig. Essentially, the main idea behind it is that our modern understanding of history since the death of Christ is largely made up, or at the very least, the timeline is. According to him, the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III and the Pope of the same time, Sylvester III, put together this sort of idea in order to justify their placement of power. According to the theory, they essentially added several hundred years to history, which conveniently placed them at the year of 1000 AD. Without getting into the politics of it, there was this whole battle over who had the divine right to Europe, and it looked a lot better for Otto and the Pope if they were exactly 1,000 years since the death of Christ, because that made them sound really good according to prophecies that were given. However, this did things like make the entire Carolingian, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but the Carolingian period of history completely non-existent, as well as significant figures like Charlemagne would not exist. The idea being that Otto made these characters up within history books as a means of further justifying their placement in history. According to Herbert's theory, specifically the years of 614 AD to 911 AD were made up, or in other words, 297 years of history. His reasons for this are ideas like Gregorian calendar, as it's written, has these gaps in its understanding and seems it was kind of pushed as a means to follow this new narrative, as well as things like Isaac Newton doing the math on the history of eclipses and realizing there's about a 300-year gap in history of when these eclipses took place, and as well as archaeology, since it seems that nearly no large structures were constructed within that 300-year time span, which it would be really weird if no significant empires built anything for 300 years of time and seemingly no new roadways or conquests were made. Again, the idea being that as a means of justifying their placement as rulers over the Holy Roman Empire, these two characters shifted the course of history as we know it forever. Null compliance security is a theory that I've got to be careful with, because all the people involved are still people who are running things and organizations, and I'm not going to go into details because I do not want to be unalived. Yeah. But to give the sort of vague on details version, in 1997 there was an experiment that took place within a Florida prison system. The idea behind this experiment, which took place between the works of several medical schools and drug companies, was to find a long-term sedation for very violent inmates. Supposedly in 1997, this group began giving these specific medications to very violent inmates who were serving life sentences, and after only 40 days, the subject suffered from a permanent sense of total compliance, which is a fancy doctor way of saying that they had their higher cognition and abilities completely stripped from them. This turned what was otherwise violent inmates into essentially vegetative people walking around without really any sense of cognition or understanding. Supposedly this went on for 10 years, and this was conducted on 845 inmates, most of which are still alive and existing within the justice system as sort of mentally ill patients to this day. So essentially the theory is saying that because they can't perform normal lobotomies to shut up people that they're not fond of, they've now found a way to perform chemical lobotomies. Phlogiston phlogiston theory resurfacing is in reference to a very old world belief of the phlogiston theory. Essentially, the theory said that anything that had the ability to catch on fire and burn contained an element or particle known as phlogiston. The idea being, if you are a creature that is capable of combusting, so I imagine all of us, you are just filled with the particle known as phlogiston. And then after you combust and your, burnt remains are lying there on the floor, you have now been dephlogistoned. And some things in the natural world, such as water, contain zero phlogiston whatsoever. But as time went on, we learned that fire was essentially a reaction of energy and of supercharged particles and yada yada. However, in recent years, it has been discovered that instead of a different kind of element, there is instead a fourth state of matter known as plasma. So this theory is saying that since we discovered a new state of matter, which has the capability of being what fire itself is, maybe in the future we will discover that there is a sort of trace particle that fire itself uses as a propellant. And then that opens up a whole new door of research. Like, if people are flammable because they got the phlogiston in them or whatever, can we take it out without, burning them first? Santiago interference relates to something known as the Santiago theory of cognition. It's a theory of how cognition and life works that was developed by a series of biologists in Santiago, Chile, hence the name. Essentially, this sort of combination between biology and philosophy came to the conclusion that life cannot exist without cognition, and cognition itself cannot exist without life. So if something has both cognition, it must have life, and if something has life, it must have cognition. And consciousness, as we understand it, or the ability to think and be upright and be aware, is more so just cognition, but on a spectrum. And furthermore, these researchers define cognition itself as the ability to react to one's environment. So to kind of lay out what that whole theory is for you, say we have us as people, as we exist. We have cognition, or in other words, we have the ability to physically react or understand things that are happening around us. You're watching me talk right now, that information's coming through your ears, your brain is processing it, and you're able to understand the point I'm getting across through language. That is a form of cognition. You are observing things happening in your environment and able to adjust yourself, i.e. your thought pattern, because of it. Now let's take something else that we know to be alive, like a plant. Obviously, plants are alive, but you can't talk to a plant and make it understand you, at least I think that was on the iceberg somewhere, actually. Anyway, for now, we can't talk to plants. However, a plant absolutely does have the ability to react to its environment. Several plants will not only grow into the direction of sunlight, but they do things like reproduce, and some are able to shut off their waterways depending on if it's a dry or wet season. So even though that's not consciousness, as we understand it, according to this definition, that is a form of cognition. So you can think of consciousness as the spectrum, grass being on the low end, us being on the high end, but everything within it having some different form of cognition. So that's the Santiago theory of cognition. So what would Santiago interference be? Well, that relates back to a concept known as cognitive interference. You know how sometimes you'll be sitting there and then you'll just have a really inappropriate or wrong thought run through your head? Like you weren't even thinking about anything in general. You can just be driving your car on the road, and then for some reason a split shot shoots through your brain that tells you to swerve the car off the road. This is a phenomenon known as cognitive interference. There's a lot of theories about why cognitive interference happens, but one of the more commonly accepted ones is that whenever you're not using your brain's cognitive function, it uses that free time as a time to sort of self-check itself. Or in other words, whenever you zone out, your brain has conversations with itself to confirm ideas that it's only suggested. Basically like this. You know, hopefully, that murder is a bad thing to do. However, you probably haven't sat down with yourself and thought like, murder bad, I don't like it. It's just something you generally understand. So because of that, you can be sitting in Pizza Hut and just chilling out, kind of zoned out, your brain vibing. So then your brain's like, hey, why I've got your attention for a second. Are you sure you don't want to kill that guy across from you? No? Okay, making sure. Just don't worry about it. Go back to your pizza. So if your brain uses free moments as a means of checking with itself what is both fears and considers evil, then what would potentially happen if someone had their entire cognitive senses removed? There are theories, although hopefully no experiments that have ever been performed, of what could happen if someone had all of their sensory stimuli removed, or in other words, their sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. Theoretically, they would still maintain motor functions, but be trapped in this sort of shell in which they can't understand anything about their environment. So, in this time of free total cognition, if we know the brain to give short spurts of evil and wrong whenever it has a chance, what happens if it can give really, really long spurts of it? And again, according to the Santiago theory of cognition, something cannot be alive without having cognition and understanding its environment. So, in this state of between life and death, is that where a sort of purgatory resides, in which someone's mind gives them all these evil ideas and entraps them to within themselves? Santiago interference essentially asks the question, if something cannot be alive without being cognitive, then what is a living thing without that cognition? Elaine Moore Island is something that I covered in great detail in my Ocean Mysteries video, link in the description. But to give a short version here, in the year 1900 there were 3 lighthouse keepers who were set to run the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse. However, while they were there, a heavy fog set in around the lighthouse. So heavy, in fact, the relief keepers were stalled a week from sailing out to the island. By the time they did eventually get there, the entire 3-man crew was missing. And by missing, I mean they totally vanished. There was still food set out on their table, all of the doors were shut, the beds were unmade. It's like they were going about their daily lives and just disappeared. However, what's most interesting about the story is the second mate's logbook of what events had occurred. In the logbook, he said that they experienced storms so turbulent Elaine Island is something that I covered in great detail in my Ocean Mysteries video, link in the description. But to give a short version here, in the year 1900 there were 3 lighthouse keepers who were set to run the Elaine Island lighthouse. However, while they were there, a heavy fog set in around the lighthouse. So heavy, in fact, the relief keepers were stalled a week from sailing out to the island. By the time they did eventually get there, the entire 3-man crew was missing. And by missing, I mean they totally vanished. There was still food set out on their table, all of the doors were shut, the beds were unmade. It's like they were going about their daily lives and just disappeared. However, what's most interesting about the story is the second mate's logbook of what events had occurred. In the logbook, he said that they experienced storms so turbulent and powerful that it caused these 3 lifelong sailors to come together and pray and cry. Before the final entry simply said, "Storm has stopped, God is over all," and then again, they were never seen. Now, what's interesting is Elaine isn't far from the shores of mainland Scotland, and there were no storms reported within that time period. As a matter of fact, ships were going about their daily schedule. So these supposedly very centered storms that didn't affect anyone outside of them, and the heavy fog on the area, has led theorists to believe that perhaps the Elaine Island lighthouse crew was experiencing a sort of dimensional rift. Or if things like dimensions can be torn into, perhaps the fogs was a show of them crossing over or something crossing over into their realm. And even if unwanted, this complete vanishing of the Elaine Island lighthouse crew could be a sign of dimensional travel, or a sort of short-term purgatory imposed on them for some reason. I should also mention that this entire story was the inspiration for the Robert Edgars movie The Lighthouse, so do with that information what you will. Sphinx water erosion hypothesis implications is an implication that the Sphinx is way older than we believe it to be. See, the generally taught version of history is that the Sphinx was built about 4,500 years ago. The reason for this is the earliest dated time in which Egyptians settled the land, so it makes sense that the Sphinx was built around that time. However, there are 2 main hangups with that theory. For one, the Sphinx is very sand and wind eroded compared to structures around it. Like, sure, the pyramids aren't in perfect condition, but the Sphinx is to a point that the nose is completely missing, and it seems to have been there for a much longer time. The second and more damning fact is that in the pit around the Sphinx and within the Sphinx itself, there is a form of heavy water erosion. Or essentially, these lines that have ran through the stone are from some form of water that has poured over it. The issue with that being, that area of Egypt has not experienced significant rainfall to the point of causing any flooding in about 9,000 years. Because of this, that would mean that the Sphinx was there twice as long as we currently believe it to be. And you may be asking, what's the big deal with that? Well, the Egyptians are one of the first recorded civilizations that existed at least outside of the immediate Middle East, or on the fringe of the Middle East, one of the first civilizations moving into Africa. So if they existed 4,500 years before when we believe them to have currently existed, that messes up all the timelines. That would give ideas like religion more footholds in how they describe humanity departing and settling regions. And essentially, if you were to add 4,500 years to modern society's clock, then a lot more could have happened and a lot more things make sense than current science and theories say they do. Are quantum genetic engineered entities? Oh boy. So I talked about archons way back in the iceberg, and I mentioned them as being essentially the demons within the religion of Gnosticism. And I don't really know anyone who's like a modern Gnostic, but just in case you're out there, I don't think they all believe in this. I think just a few of them, but I'm going to tell it anyway. So essentially the idea is there is a system within people called the gallbladder meridian. It starts in your ears and then connects in the middle of your brain and runs down your body and does some zigzags and eventually comes out on your 4th toe. The idea being this is the mainline control center for your body. So these archons within Gnosticism, these demons, have developed these parasites that essentially look like jellyfish that they implant in people through their ears. The jellyfish go to their gallbladder meridian and then start out slow by suggesting things to people like, hey, we should lay back on talking to family members and we should become more reserved. And it essentially starts as sort of a voice in your back of your head, but then it starts to control little tiny muscle movements and eventually gets to the point where it just takes over the human host. The purpose of this is for the Archons to one day develop a sort of zombie army through the use of these jellyfish parasites. And in reading this, there was a group of people known as the Star People who during the Orion Wars learned how to reach into someone's gallbladder meridian and pull out the demon parasite to keep them from being a part of the zombie army. I try to make jokes about some of it, but I just can't. We're moving on. Gnosticism be wild, and man, I'll tell you what. Ulfma is interesting. So I cannot find what the word Ulfma itself means. I believe it's an acronym since every letter is capitalized. However, if you search it on an alternate search site that isn't something like Google or Bing, you come to a search result for this book about theosophy on the Amazon bookstore. The book was written by a man named Rudolf Steiner, who was one of the earliest proponents of theosophy. Theosophy is essentially the idea that there is one hidden truth within the world, and once that one truth is understood, it can be manipulated. And furthermore, there is a group of these sort of reality hackers who have figured out what the one truth is, and they are known within theosophy as the Masters. Supposedly, these Masters exist as prominent figures throughout history who have manipulated their place within history because they understand how the universe works. So they can perform things like magic and witchcraft and stuff that we would consider unexplainable, but is actually all logical because they just understand how things go together. So that's the core idea of theosophy itself. It's really interesting that whatever Ulfma means, it for some reason brings you to a book by one of their founders. And if you go through the book reviews on that book on the Amazon store, there are several people mentioning how theosophy is so great and how they better now understand the root of the Masters and all this wild stuff. It's fantastic. Egglish travel refers to a theory that probably deserves its own video from the 1980s known as Ong's Hat. Ong's Hat is a sort of abandoned town in New Jersey that was supposedly the place for this conspiracy theory. This is one of the oldest online stories on the internet, starting all the way back in the 80s on internet bulletin boards. According to the stories, a group of Princeton professors had done enough experimentation with things like quantum mechanics to develop a way to perform a form of dimension travel, or in other words, teleportation and potentially time travel. They did this with something known as the egg, which was essentially a device that they described made them capable of moving through dimensions. However, there were theories within this that said if they got to a point where they no longer needed the egg to travel, they could seemingly just time and reality hop at will with no issues. So all those pictures you see that supposedly looks like someone wearing modern day clothes back in like the 1950s, or someone with a cell phone during like the Civil War, the idea behind it is that these Princeton professors eventually developed a form of eggless travel and are now simply just messing with the timeline and hopping around and causing problems wherever. So good for them. Prolepsis is a concept within literary works, and if someone is an English or literature major and wants to call me out for it, that's fine, but I promise I try. Essentially, prolepsis is describing an event or alluding to an event before the event itself actually happens. In literature, this is phrases like he was a dead man when he came through the door, which implies and tells us that that character is going to die. However, he's not dead yet, it's just alluding to it. So apply that concept to history and humanity. There are several instances of this quote-unquote foreshadowing existing in history. Everything from religions describing what nations would rise and fall and who would take over, to things like art that's only recently been discovered being very similar to modern art. Now this implies one of two things. It implies that there are inevitable conclusions that every society will reach, or in other words, it's like two separate experiments happening in two different points in time and they each come to the same end result. Or you can have the really fun theory of the grand cycle that I love to talk about, and the idea that at some point someone started a trend and then it's just constantly being relearned and rediscovered by every society afterwards. This creates a sort of chicken and egg paradox because there's no way of telling where it would have began if that was the case, but it's wild to think that modern people inventing stuff that was inspired by ancient works was inspired by modern people the last time through the cycle. Stonehead of Guatemala is referencing this image that was taken in the 1950s within Guatemala. For whatever reason, in the middle of a completely uninhabited area of the Guatemalan jungle, there is this giant statue of a head. The artwork does not match any of local or known societies' artworks of what faces or statues looked like. And furthermore, after the researchers went back to their home country, there was this big political war that took place in Guatemala, and whenever they came back years later, they couldn't find where it was. And since that's all the information we have on it, this is a giant that shot out of hollow earth, like it was down there, and it heard there were researchers, so it just like shot itself, or a statue of itself, out of the hollow earth. And then they took this picture, and then he thought it'd be really funny to hide it again. And that's what happened, and guess what? You can't prove me wrong, so we're just going to move on. The phone mafia is the idea that the majority of scam callers, as we know them to be, are actually part of a much larger and more grand body. Essentially, you know all those phone scams you get, things like the Nigerian prince, or the police saying you need to pay a speeding ticket, or cases saying that you have a relative who needs bailed out, etc. Well, we understand those to each be just one-off callers trying to make a quick buck. However, the idea is there is a much, much larger crime syndicate who just works through middleman as a means of getting money this way. Or in other words, they send an agent to hire a middleman to make the call, and if the middleman's ever caught, then he doesn't even know how to report to the police the people who got him to do it. If they are this expansive, then it would be global, and it would have to be an incredibly large organization. And people have made the relatively fair point of, if gangs and things like the mafia were such a huge deal for hundreds of years and then they just kind of disappeared, who's to say they didn't go into things like cyber or electronic theft? I also want to mention there's been a number of journalists and police officers who have investigated this, who have been found not alive. So to cover my bases on this, these are all jokes. Everything I'm saying is a joke. This YouTube channel is a joke. I'm a joke. Nothing that I'm saying is worth unaliving over, and this is to my audience. If for whatever reason in the future news comes out that I committed exit game, no, I didn't. Approaching stars is the opposite of the expanding universe theory. So you know the idea that there's a big bang or some event that happened that created the universe, and because of that everything's kind of drifting apart from one unified center? Well, this idea is saying that perhaps that center developed its own gravitational pull and became a really big black hole, because now everything is coming back to where it started. Because of this, things like stars and meteorites and everything else is slowly getting confined to a much smaller space, which means before we're wiped out by our sun getting big and exploding, we'll probably get hit by a meteor or run into another solar system, so don't worry about it. Love Shack is an operating system that supposedly contains the grand truth of the universe. Now, I'm an idiot when it comes to reading things like computer operating systems, but from the best that I can make out, the idea is within the code of the Love Shack operating system is this grand truth, or essentially the one middle concept that all forms of human expression in science can be defined by. So supposedly, if you were to go within the operating system and enter something like a chemical equation, it will then convert that into calculus, it will convert that into forms of poetry, it can convert that into spiritualism and whatever. Essentially, this is supposedly a super duper top secret OS that allows people to discover the hidden truths within the universe because of its own hidden secret code. Retrocausality is something that I've mentioned before in the past, but it's going to get more attention here. The main idea being that things like cause and effect do not operate the way that we think it does. Instead, things simply happen and the universe corrects itself as a means of maintaining that end goal. It essentially comes down to the idea that there isn't really that much agency when it comes to what happens in the future, and instead things happen and therefore people align to it. And the reason it gives for this is the idea that time itself exists as a dimension. And you've probably heard that before, but what it really means is that time is just our way of observing the universe. However, it's something that can be manipulated and we could definitely change. We just don't know how to yet, so while we view everything that happens to us as being on a straight track, in reality things just kind of happen and there's not really a timeline to it. This has also been used as a means of explaining the Mandela effect. For example, things like the Monopoly Man. Most people, when they think of a Monopoly Man, think of him as having a monocle, even though he never did. So the idea is that we saw him at one point with a monocle. That's our memory of him. However, at some point in the future, he did not have a monocle, and for whatever reason, the timeline just favored that one and corrected itself. So now every iteration of him does not have the monocle. So whenever you apply that to larger scale things like human civilizations, wars, kingships, and what have you, you can theoretically get to a point, if someone were to understand this and to understand how retrocausality works, where there would be no unknown future. Or in other words, if things in our future are going to take place, and if time is just a construct that we've built for ourselves, then there should be ways to determine what is about to happen to us, because in terms of retrocausality, it's already happened. And not only things like predicting the future, but it can get to things like time travel, things like dimensional travel, and all that other cool stuff. Vaccine soul stealing is, let me clarify, because YouTube really likes to demonetize people who say the V word, especially in a video that has conspiracy theory in the title. As you're going to find out, it has nothing to do with modern political climates or modern political issues. As a matter of fact, this chart was made like 5 years ago, so again, nothing to do with that. And it isn't even saying something about all vaccines being bad, just one specific theory. I'm begging you, Susan, please do not take my money. Essentially, the idea is that in the early 2000s, the CIA got really interested in the concept of gene editing. Now, this is something from the MK Ultra experiments and other theories that I've mentioned on this iceberg that the CIA is definitely not opposed to doing. However, in this case, the CIA was interested in something known as the fundamentalist gene. The idea behind the fundamentalist gene is that it's a gene or actual section of the human brain that allows people to have a belief or calling to a higher power. In other words, there's parts of the brain that light up more with people who believe in things like religion and God as opposed to people who do not. So during the war in the Middle East, the CIA wanted to know if there was a way to sort of chemically castrate this. And supposedly, as the theory states, the CIA developed these vaccines that they handed out overseas in populations that they think may fall in line to a radicalization that is not in their favor. Or in other words, the CIA gave out medication to people that, unbeknownst to them, would cause them to lose their ability or focus on God and things relating to a higher power, as a means of making sure that they didn't fear any higher authority than the United States government. But I mean, I think at this point, we can all agree that this is stupid and didn't happen. Like, come on guys, we know the reason that the United States was in the Middle East was to get the zombie plague back from the Russian scientists. Like, it's really not that hard. Hello everybody, and welcome to the final part of the conspiracy theory iceberg. Bank of Souls is a concept that originated from Jewish mysticism, however, it's been adapted into several other religious theories as well. According to the legend of the Bank of Souls, there is a finite amount of souls that can ever exist within human history. Specifically, this pool of souls is known as the Chamber of Guff and exists at the base of the Tree of Life. According to this legend, the Tree of Life bears fruit, and that fruit is actual human souls. Whenever a child is conceived, Gabriel reaches into the chamber, which is around the base of the tree where the fruit has fallen. He draws out a random soul, and that is passed into the new human that was just created. However, this tree has seasons of plenty and seasons of famine. In other words, there are some times when there are more people in the world than the tree can provide. According to the theory around the Bank of Souls, if someone is born or conceived at the time that there's not a soul for it, it will simply be born as a person without a soul. This is especially true in the modern age when population is at the highest that it's ever. Scientists. Like, it's really not that hard. Hello everybody, and welcome to the final part of the conspiracy theory iceberg. Bank of Souls is a concept that originated from Jewish mysticism, however, it's been adapted into several other religious theories as well. According to the legend of the Bank of Souls, there is a finite amount of souls that can ever exist within human history. Specifically, this pool of souls is known as the Chamber of Guff and exists at the base of the Tree of Life. According to this legend, the Tree of Life bears fruit, and that fruit is actual human souls. Whenever a child is conceived, Gabriel reaches into the chamber, which is around the base of the tree where the fruit has fallen. He draws out a random soul, and that is passed into the new human that was just created. However, this tree has seasons of plenty
and seasons of famine. In other words, there are some times when there are more people in the world than the tree can provide. According to the theory around the Bank of Souls, if someone is born or conceived at the time that there's not a soul for it, it will simply be born as a person without a soul. This is especially true in the modern age when population is at the highest that it's ever been and the tree cannot sustain the amount of people being born. These soulless people, or NPCs as the internet so delicately puts it, exist on Earth along with people who do have souls, and as a matter of fact, in some cases are used specifically to test those who do have souls to judge their worth. In other words, according to the theory, there are some people who exist and simply do not have control of their own actions, so they are purposefully made as a means to judge those who can be judged. You can follow that theory further and say that the reason you're so used to seeing people who have what is to you completely mind-numbing opinions and are constantly at opposition with you is a deliberate choice from whoever is controlling the system as a means to see how you deal with opposition. The theory has several continuing shoots similar to that coming off of it. For example, there is one side of it that says several different cults or quote-unquote satanic rings who perform human sacrifices are just doing it as a means of sending a soul back to the tree for replenishing, as well as other theories that say whenever the tree finally runs out of souls completely, that is the apocalypse and when the world will end. So yeah, soulless people are put on the world simply as morality speech checks. Try not to think about it too much. Incorruptible saints is a phenomena that has been reported specifically in Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. According to these religions, several people have been found throughout history whose bodies have been completely untouched by decomposition. Specifically throughout the 14 and 1600s, bodies were exhumed that had been buried for hundreds of years, and whenever they were found, it seemed as if the person was simply sleeping. This has been such a common occurrence that there's actually a rule in Orthodox common law that says a bishop has to show up and affirm that the body is in fact incorruptible. In several of the instances where an incorruptible saint was found, they were placed underneath the altar of churches as it was shown God had favor on that person, and hopefully that favor will apply to the church. Also, for those that don't know, to be considered a saint within Orthodox and Catholic tradition, there is a set of requirements that the person has to do, and one of them is to perform a miracle. For a long time, having an incorruptible body was seen as a miracle in itself. So if that person followed the other steps in their life that qualified them for sainthood, and then their body was found to be incorruptible, they were then affirmed as a saint. Between things like this and Saint Padre Pio Stigmata and the miracle of Lanciano, which are things I'm going to casually mention and maybe talk about in the future, this has been seen as evidence to some as proof of the Christian God. We're now breaking into the first philosophy one, which there's going to be several more of, with the God of the gaps never existed. Now, it's kind of debated where the phrase God of the gaps first originated. Nietzsche said in one of his writings, specifically I believe it was in On Priest, that he said whenever there is a gap in human understanding, Christians specifically fill it with God, and that's where God comes from. So according to Nietzsche, God isn't real, and whenever people say there is a God, it's just because humanity can't explain something, and God makes for a good scapegoat. The other place the phrase may have come from is from Henry Drummond, who was an evangelist who also accused the idea of God of the gaps as being a lazy write-off for understanding. Drummond said that Christians constantly have these gaps in their knowledge that they choose to fill with God, and that was the wrong way of going about it. According to Drummond, God either has to be the God of everything, or he just simply doesn't exist. In other words, we can't have God be this spontaneous miracle worker who shows up to fill in things that we can't quite explain, and then explain the rest away as natural processes of science. In other words, God is either absolute or he doesn't exist, and that's what God of the gaps never existed is trying to get across. See, the whole God of the gaps mentality is believed by many to be part of the reason that Christianity and belief itself has declined so much in the last century. In other words, before modern science, there really wasn't a way to explain the world outside of some supernatural entity. But now science is at a near complete point in understanding the world around us. Those gaps have gotten smaller. So people who apply God to those gaps have caused God to become smaller. This is why the concept is considered a bad thing by both evangelists and atheists. The reason that it's this low on the iceberg is because it implies that if there is a divine creator or some God above us, then it has to be 100% all-encompassing in every aspect of our lives. This is sort of the antithesis to the agnostic point of view. There can't be a God who works some of the time and then everything else is science, because if we just apply God to those little miracles, we'll eventually figure out that they're all different rules of the world that we live in. So if we were created, then a creator had to inspire and create every single one of those rules, meaning that the entire human experience is completely curated, which is either very comforting or very terrifying depending on who you are. Oil and resources from humans is the rather depressing thought that there is a good chance a lot of biofuel comes from humans. Now, while with crude oil, it could take, a really long time for the matter of humans to compress into it, it is not a secret that humans go through methogenesis, where their body produces methane, which is absolutely a fuel. So the theory is saying that perhaps the methane gas that you use to heat your home isn't entirely dinosaur fuel and could potentially be one of the 108 billion people who have died on this planet. And of course, some have taken this theory farther to say that perhaps those in power have figured out a quick way to make crude oil and that humans are being farmed as the resource. Feelings autosuppression relates to a sort of global desensitization that has taken place over the last several decades. So to make it more personal, remember the first time that you saw a scary face pop up on YouTube or in a movie and you were a little kid and it scared you really bad, but then after you saw more and more over and over, you kind of quit caring? And you know how that same thing also happened with human suffering? Like the first time you may have heard about a dangerous attack against a group of people, you were very worried, but then it just became such a common thing you quit caring. That constant loop of negative emotions can cause you to suppress them whenever they come to the surface, which is a totally natural human response. However, when this response happens across the entire population for years on end, the results can be a little concerning, particularly on the next generations moving forward. In other words, children today are not nearly as worried or concerned about world events as perhaps the generation before them was at their age. Because this constant stream of negativity has served to cause a worldwide autosuppression of negative emotions. Not only that, but it's been shown that apathy or simply holding in emotions can cause feelings of depression as well as illnesses if gone on for too long. So similar to earlier on the iceberg where I said that things like toxoplasmosis has changed the whole of human history, simply disregarding our basic human emotions has quite potentially changed the course of humanity forever. Adult film stars leeching your energy is the natural conclusion of several things that I've talked about up until this point. Remember the succubus that I talked about way back? Essentially these demonic or spiritual entities that want to steal your life force. And I believe it was in the last year I talked about erotic energy that you literally give off whenever you give off those emotions. Well, in the 21st century, what do you think would be the most effective way for those entities to steal that energy from you? That's right, the internet. And according to this, the energy that you feel being drained from you afterwards is quite literally energy that has been drained from you. Earlier in the iceberg, I talked about Kundalini energy and how it can be stolen from someone over a distance. Well, this is saying that perhaps through the digital screen, it has been stolen from thousands, if not millions of people for the past few decades, and no one's the wiser. Virus 23 is kind of the predecessor to things like the Despair Code. According to various board posts, Virus 23 has traced its way all the way back to old Cold War Russian documents. Specifically documents that were researching mimetic entities. There's this entire theory that's worked its way around the globe for a while around things like shared consciousness and shared stories. I've talked about earlier on this iceberg, and I know I keep saying that, but this is the final tier and it does put the bow on a lot of theories. But I talked earlier about how someone on one side of the planet can develop these spontaneous ideas at the same time that someone on the other side of the planet does as well. Well, this isn't only seen in things like technology, but is also seen in things like theories and ideas in philosophy. And because things like human thought patterns and memory aren't fully understood, there's a belief that this exists in a sort of cloud that encompasses everyone at once. So if this does exist as a sort of shared memory bank, is it possible to transmit a virus through it? Virus 23 works as a self-replicating mental contagion. In other words, once one person is conscious of it, that causes them to think of it. It then goes to this sort of cloud of human understanding and is continued to pass down through the line. Some have even said that this virus was originally started by Cicada, which if you'll remember, like back in Tier 2, were the people who hosted that sort of nationwide scavenger hunt. And while some think merely hearing the words Virus 23 is enough to transmit the virus, I don't believe that is what the theory is going with. See, with a lot of those documents and the idea of mimetic entities, it particularly is saying that it can be hidden within an unassuming thing. In other words, it could be a story, it could be a character, it could be a phrase, or whatever. Some random stories or media or folklore or whatever could exist as these sort of trip mines throughout the human understanding that whenever stepped on could cause, I don't know, paranoia or depression or some negative thing. I mean, I imagine it's not positive. I imagine if you get virus 23, you don't become like an upstanding citizen all of a sudden. What makes this, if it was to be real, more threatening than the despair code is you could at least see the despair code coming, whereas virus 23 could literally be anything. Pancreas denial. Have you ever seen your pancreas? That's what I thought, moving on. I'm just kidding, that's not the theory, but it would be really funny if it was. According to the theory, your pancreas is actually your third chakra and is used to filter things like negative energy. Supposedly, the powers that be that know about the power of the pancreas don't want the common person to have access to the pancreas's true capabilities. So they have done things like store negative energy in our food, in the media we consume, and other nefarious means of anti-pancreas propaganda as a means to stifle the human spirit. And if you've heard of someone getting their pancreas removed, it's simply because their filter was too clogged with all of the negative energy in the world. Patterns manipulation in itself is really broad, but I'm going to look at a specific avenue of it. Essentially, it's saying that there are patterns that exist within thought and reality as a whole. In other words, everything from how you think to the world you exist in revolves around these certain patterns. Several people who experiment with psychotropic drugs say that while under the influence of them, they begin to see patterns and other designs creep up in the world around them. A lot of this relates back to things like sacred geometry. And human thought patterns are called just that because people tend to think in regards to what they know. In other words, if you are trying to get someone to believe a different truth or the truth you want them to, you begin by starting with things that they already know as fundamental truth and working your way from there because human brains exist in these realm of patterns. If I was to just run up to you and say that Bigfoot's in my backyard, you may say, "You're crazy. Why are you telling me this? Get out of my house." But if I was to approach you and say, there's several species of gorillas that have existed that kind of just disappeared from the biological tree, and every time that we go searching in the forest, we find new species of monkey here and there who are normally in endangered populations, well, who's to say that one of these species of gorillas didn't get really tall and they just migrated their way north from South America, and now one of them's in my backyard? You'll still probably tell me to get out of your house, but what I did is I worked off of something that you know and then changed it from there. Therefore, by manipulating the patterns of your own thought, I got you to a conclusion that you never would have accepted otherwise. The theory is saying that perhaps this same manipulation could exist within reality. Concepts like magic or illusion can be performed in legitimacy if that person can manipulate the patterns reality works within. In a sense, this is similar to a lot of what modern science and chemistry have been able to do in themselves. They have understood how the fundamental world works around them and then manipulated it within its own rules to get it to a place that you would have been executed for in the Dark Ages. And if I'm able to convince you about Bigfoot, then what could be possible if someone really tapped into the patterns of the world around us? Ascension Blacklist is implying that there are some people who will not be allowed to ascend to the next plane of existence. Think about it this way: if souls do exist as these eternal entities, and if things like reincarnation exist, then who's to say that some can't remember past instances or have a greater understanding of the world around us? So obviously, these people who may have a higher plane of knowledge than the rest of us could have grudges against people here on Earth. Ascension Blacklist is postulating that perhaps the purpose of secret societies like the Illuminati or insert other creepy shadow government thing is to decide who will and will not be allowed in eternity. Getting into theories like this is fun because there's entire things talking about the NPCs from earlier, how they are used specifically to target the people who have been blacklisted, and that in some cases the people who have been blacklisted can be such a positive influence to those NPCs that they get back on the entry list. But the short of it for this video is saying that secret societies or secret organizations who have a better understanding of the eternity and of the human soul have a say in who is and is not allowed in. Oikiosis, and according to the internet that is how it's pronounced, I looked one up this time, is closely related to ideas of Stoicism. So without getting into hundreds of years of philosophizing, Stoicism is essentially the idea that the purpose of life is a perfection of the human soul. In other words, life itself is a sort of test for how one will be judged in the afterlife. Now, if you're familiar with most religions, this isn't a crazy far out there concept, or at least you've heard of it before. However, oikiosis is where the interesting part comes in. Oikiosis is roughly translated to relation or someone's relationship with something else. Applied to Stoicism, oikiosis is saying that one of the chief concepts of humanity is that humanity's perfection is defined by its interaction with others. So if one is to achieve this quote-unquote perfect soul, it has to be through actions of charity and goodness to other people. The reason it's on this iceberg is due to something called Dasein's teachings, or Dasein. Dasein is a German concept that was brought up around the 19th century that said oikiosis is falling apart because of humanity's increased isolation. In other words, humans over the years have become more self-centered and self-interested, and that has caused the very fabric of their souls to fall apart because they are no longer performing acts of goodness or charity with others because they're more invested in their own devices. A lot of applications of this come down to anti-tech stuff and, like iPhone bad. But in short, it's saying that partial, if not all of humanity has been doomed because we've quit striving for that human perfection. For soul removal is the idea that every human is born with a soul, but it can be taken from you. Not only through things like occult rituals, which those also count, but even things like traumatic events or just simple disbelief can cause pieces of your soul to whittle away over time. This leaves the individual open to attack where negative spirits can come and fill in that place that they left open within their soul, and that's where things like possession come from. Not only that, but this theory says that wayward souls that have been separated from their human host float around as sparse energy, and in large enough amounts can achieve forms like that of a ghost or a cryptid. In other words, the reason things like old asylums are so haunted is because so many people have had pieces of their soul chipped away at them in there that those pieces now just wander the area looking for their human host. And the only way to prevent things like negative souls or negative entities from attacking you is to do things like ensure a positive environment and energy for yourself and continue to believe in things, because if you don't use that space for your soul, there's a chance that something else will. Real Humans Died Millennia Ago is saying that perhaps the way we currently exist is not humanity's highest form. You know how you hear about things like the pyramid or structures like Atlantis, and people always say they had to be these super geniuses to build all of that? Well, it's saying that perhaps while technology has increased over the centuries, human thought has decreased, to the degree that us as we function now would be near unrecognizable from our ancestors. How unrecognizable, you may ask? Well, some have pointed to things that I've mentioned earlier in this iceberg, like statues of reptilians in Middle Eastern tombs. Or even old legends of things like elves or mermaids could just be other forms of humanity when we were at a higher function. Or there's even some depictions of these like really big people who used to be able to make these really cool structures because they were really tall and strong. And I'm going to contain myself now, and I'm not going to say it, so we're just going to move on. Artifice Predence relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle that I've mentioned a few times up until now. Artifice Predence relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle that I've mentioned a few times up until now. It points out the weird concept that in the human record, there seems to be these pieces of artificial construction that have shown up before we started using them. Essentially, some formed metals and elements have been found that have led the way for human innovation, but now we have to manufacture, so it's kind of weird that they were there to begin with. Also, remember some of those things I talked about earlier in the iceberg, like how microchips or fuses have been found in ancient pottery? Or the idea like structures like pyramids and aqueducts were seemingly discovered and then forgotten and then rediscovered. This all relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle and says that perhaps the previous people or whatever existed in our stead left behind some pieces either on purpose or accident that were the foundation of our cycle, and so on and so forth. Hiring a hitman on yourself is something else. This is more of a thought concept than anything else, and while I think it's funny that it's this low on the iceberg, it may be just a little bit misplaced. So it's known that in several religions or spiritual practices, committing self-unexist is generally frowned upon. So the hiring a hitman on yourself asks the philosophical question, is it the action or the intent that would condemn somebody? With some stating that hiring a hitman on yourself would be a way to subvert the consequences of the thing that would eventually accomplish. Or if you were ever just bored and wanted to make your life more challenging, you could just do that anyway and then try to survive, and it would make your week a lot more interesting. Roman Empire Still Rules the World originally comes from the author Philip K. Dick, which I talked about earlier on this iceberg. A lot of people believe that he was more in tune with the underhanded goings on in the world than most people. And in one of the stories he wrote later in his life, he said that the Roman Empire never collapsed, and instead several of its senators went into hiding and became the foundation for modern New World Orders or secret societies. In other words, they didn't maintain their population or space, but they did maintain their influence. There's even a book written called Descent that talked about how the Roman Empire went into the caverns of the hollow earth and exists as a quite literal underbelly of the world's government at large. And also, if you wanted to say that, whenever the Roman Empire fell, that's when like the Vatican and the Catholic Church really took off. And they got a whole lot of influence. So, fractalization is very closely related to pattern manipulation because fractalization is believed to be the patterns of reality itself. People who experiment with very heavy psychotropic drugs like DMT and LSD say that whenever they're experiencing the high, they begin to see the world or a sort of plane of fractals. In other words, these geometric patterns that separate the world at large into these shapes. Some refer to this plane of existence as hyperreality, and there's some who even believe that this is the true state of being and the human condition is just numb to it. In other words, we exist in a dull state of mind on sort of the first level of our reality, and doing things that cause your mind to leave that reality lets you see the world for what it truly is, or at least a different realm that exists around us. I'll be 100% honest with you guys. Things like this really interest me, but I'm also very, very dumb to, and it's something in the future that I'm going to research more. Well, I'm not going there, but it's something that I'm going to look into more because some of the stuff here, as someone who reads about this stuff all the time, really freaks me out, and I mean that in the best way. Paleolithic deep state is another one of those natural conclusions to things mentioned earlier on the iceberg. So remember how I talked about how Neanderthals supposedly didn't die, they just kind of went away and did their own thing for a while? Well, this is saying perhaps they went underground, maybe even literally, and began the structures of the world's government and society as we know it now. Now, according to this, they wouldn't still be in the state we know of them in the historical record. If Homo sapien adapted, then the Neanderthal would adapt as well. But with things like their disappearance from the historical record, as well as odd cave art that shows these kind of human things existing around humans as we know them, implies to some that maybe they achieved some higher form of being, whether that being an underground deep state like I mentioned earlier as the first New World Order, or maybe as some ascended form of person. Also, while researching this, I saw a theory that said Cain is the leader of them, that he never died, that he's leading the Neanderthal New World Order, and I had nowhere to add that in, but that is too cool not to, and we're moving on. Depression overriding seems really simple at first, but it's the spiritual implications that put it on this level. If you are depressed or sad or any negative emotion, and you manage to find a way within your head to flip that around into a positive emotion, that may not seem like a lot to you, but if you view things like energy and spiritualism as tangible things, then you just committed a form of spiritual alchemy. This relates to the idea that humans are a much more powerful creature than most of us realize. And if we're so concerned with things like the energy and the spiritual and the extra dimensions around us and everything else, we take for granted the little sort of miracles that we can perform. Things like turning a negative energy into a positive one. And if physical energy, as we understand it in physics, cannot be created or destroyed, then perhaps spiritual energy cannot be created or destroyed either, only converted. And by doing something as wild as converting negative energy, you're exercising a form of supernatural powers. So, if you want to get really out there with all our postulations, take something like Virus 23 or the solar plexus clown glider or whatever, and imagine those mimetic agents that are meant to harm you. Well, if you have the capability to convert that into a positive force, then there's no telling what's possible now, is there? Incorings are referring to the absolutes that exist in human culture. In other words, take all the human cultures that exist around the world who for a long time never had contact with each other. You will always see some absolutes, things like weaponry, religion, language, or things like statues or burial sites or just monuments in general. For whatever reason, it seems like these things are engraved on people as a whole. You could view this as a sort of puzzle. If we're to figure out what our purpose on Earth is, or what existence means as a whole, then maybe we have the pieces to figure it out, and everyone has their own pieces, we just haven't really put it together yet. So let's take that another step forward with all the weird theories we've talked about to this point, and think about something like the Great Cycle, which I'm going to keep mentioning because it's really cool. Think about how often things like pyramids supposedly pop up through the cycles, or things like human history traveling along the same path. If one was to truly believe in things like reincarnation and the idea that we are being tested over and over again to figure out what we're supposed to do, maybe if someone can throw all of this together, it would break the cycle. Soy Grand Theory, because I know you've been waiting for the finale of the government-sanctioned weaponized femboys, and here it is. Soy Grand Theory is saying that the soyification of society isn't even reliant on soy. It's solely reliant on the cultural shift caused by it. In other words, the effects of soy has caused permanent damage to the human population that cannot be reversed, and the influence of soy products on humanity will lead to a totalitarian femboy empire. You're welcome. Golden Rules of Nature is related to the 5 basic golden rules of nature. The idea is for something to survive within nature, it has to have balance, growth, connection, harmonization, and love. Now that sounds weird, but let's break that down. You have to be balanced in the way you live. You can't be one way or the other. And this applies not only to humans, but things in nature as a whole. You have to grow. If you're stagnant for too long, you'll be dead. And you have to be connected to the world around you, because isolation also leads to death. You have to harmonize with the world around you, because if you take too much or are too violent, that will eventually come back on you. And the love is saying that there has to be a passion or drive, because depression is a killer. So that's kind of weird to have that little slice of life knowledge this low on the iceberg. But the implications of it is, if the physical realm is representative of the spiritual realm, then perhaps those 5 rules also apply to the spiritual. If one is not balanced, grown, connected, harmonized, and in love with their spiritual lifestyle, then that leads to a spiritual death. And since things like spiritualism aren't exactly exemplified in the modern age, this is saying that because we're not following those 5 rules, society as a whole is spiritually dying, and will, I'm sure, lead to something bad in the future, because we are not treating spiritual existence in the same way we treat physical existence. We are now down to the final 5 terms of the conspiracy theory iceberg, and I saved these 5 for a particular reason. I think they're not only some of the biggest overall topics, but it seems like a fitting place to close this iceberg on. God's ego death in research is, I think, probably the most misinterpreted one on the entire iceberg. Everywhere I looked in research for this, people were hyper-focusing on the ego term. See, ego, as it's understood in psychology, is the self, or it's the idea of oneself. So in that sense, you would think ego death, as it's often called within the hero's journey of storytelling, would mean the destroying of one's own opinion or perspective. In other words, if you have a character in a story who has very hard set fundamental beliefs, and then something happens to them and they change those beliefs, that is considered an ego death. However, what I think this iceberg is getting across, because everything else on the iceberg kind of points that direction, is the other definition of ego death. An ego death or ego loss is what it's considered in very, very hardcore drug trips whenever someone's soul leaves their person. Or even more specifically, whenever your soul escapes your mind and your concept of thought and existence. In other words, it's separating part of yourself from another part of yourself. Here, when it says God's ego death, it's not talking about a change of heart God had. It's talking about God's separation of God himself. Think about it this way. Remember when I was talking about the God of the gaps didn't exist earlier, and it got across the notion that everything has to be either the total creation of God or none of it was? Well, if every part of existence is a part of God himself, then that implies that at some point God was just one entity. See, if at one point God was just one being that existed as a perfect form of existence, then anything that he created other than himself had to be a step down. So in this form, God's ego death was a departure from himself into this other existence. It was, in a sense, the death of the one true perfection. Some have even taken this theory as to be the root of fractals themselves. Remember how I mentioned that people who have these crazy experiences say the entire world exists in these patterns, or that things like human thought and reality exist in patterns? Perhaps these broken patterns are the pieces of God separated from one perfect entity into the world around us. We hear of concepts in Christianity like the Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and imagine God separating himself into three, and this is extending it to the point that God separated himself into everything. But why would God do that? Why would a singular perfect being stoop himself to the point of humanity in order to create them? And that goes into the next theory, God's last wish. One commonality that is seen across nearly every religion is that in the beginning, in creation, God created humanity in order to have a companion. But it's not exactly a companion if it's just a clone of yourself that's as perfect as you are. So according to this, God's last wish, the thing that he broke himself into infinite pieces for in order to begin creation, was in order to create free will. The one thing that God ruled as being better than divinity was the existence of choice. And again, in nearly every religion, the core idea is that humanity separated themselves from God because of a selfish choice. And it's the concept that in the end, humanity exists as pieces of God who have done whatever they've wanted to with that free will. And according to that, because we finally get a happy theory on this iceberg, every single person is a piece of the perfect God who has been given the opportunity in their life to demonstrate how they will use that perfect soul to do whatever choices they wish. And the reason this is such a big deal and so low on the iceberg is because it implies that humanity does in fact have a purpose, and that purpose is a demonstration of the concept of choice in order to eventually return to the companionship with God in divinity. In other words, God's last wish is saying that God destroyed absolute perfection in order to give humanity their own chance. And then finally, we're into the last three entries of the conspiracy theory iceberg, and all three of them are very closely related. There is no conspiracy refers to the idea that there is no objective truth that is being hidden from us. It's kind of weird to get all the way to the bottom of the iceberg and then to hear it say that no conspiracy is actually real. But what this is saying is that there is no secret society, there is no hidden power, there is no shadow government, or anything else that has a better grasp of the human condition than we ourselves. See, there's this weird kind of comfort in the idea that there is some grand truth or grand secret of the universe that's just being hidden from us. Because then, if someone else is hiding it from us, that means it's something that we can understand and something that we can put together. But if the truth is in actuality that we're all just as lost as each other and there is no one person in control, that makes the conclusion all the more terrifying. Any hidden order or grasp to maintain power is just someone else exactly like us trying to find purpose in a world that confuses us. In short, there can be no leader if all of us are lost, and in a way, everyone is trying to find their own path, which leads directly into the next theory: all conspiracies are true. I know it's kind of weird to have one be no conspiracy is real and then all conspiracies are real, but they're talking about two different things. No conspiracy is true is saying that there is no grand conspiracy against you, the person. Whereas all conspiracies are true is saying that all hidden truths or hidden secrets of the world are interconnected. I've kind of mentioned this before with ideas of the grand unified religious theory or the grand unified conspiracy theory. If you've paid attention up until this point, then you've probably realized there's a lot of concepts and ideas that sound really similar to each other, they just have a couple words mixed around. The idea behind this is that every understanding of religion, esoteric nature, karma, chakras, spiritualism, and what have you are all getting back to the root source. So no, it's not referring to the idea that the earth is both round and flat and a donut and hollow and inside out, sadly, but the idea that all of these broad concepts of human nature
are branches of the same tree that we're all working our way to the roots of. And concepts like this can be overwhelming. It seems to a lot of people who spend a lot of time in topics like this that the world is this impossible puzzle that is never meant to be understood. This is the same reason that a lot of people who dedicate their lives to religious and supernatural studies end up with a feeling of insignificance. It's hard to try to grasp the concept of everything and to not come out feeling like a nothing. But that's where the final concept of the conspiracy theory iceberg comes in, the final understanding. The final understanding is thought to be the destination of most forms of spiritual practice and meditation. In other words, cultures that have developed ideas of things like nirvana, enlightenment, ascension, or what have you, all come back to one core idea. And sadly, I can't just say some magical phrase that will automatically make you achieve a higher plane of existence, at least not yet. However, there is one idea that permeates whenever you're looking at things like conspiracy theories or hidden secrets of the world that keeps coming back as a constant, and that all come back to one core idea. And sadly, I can't just say some magical phrase that will automatically make you achieve a higher plane of existence, at least not yet. However, there is one idea that permeates whenever you're looking at things like conspiracy theories or hidden secrets of the world that keeps coming back as a constant. And that is the idea that your perspective is with purpose. Think about all the crazy stuff I've talked about that has to do with metaphysics and magic and geometry and esoteric religion and theoretical science and what have you. A lot of these concepts can seem so big that they swallow up the concept of the individual. And while yeah, some of these theories are bigger than the scope of one person, there is no theory that is beyond the reach of one person. In other words, if you're trying to achieve a higher plane of meditation, or a deeper grasp of conceptual science that isn't real yet, or an understanding of ultra realities, or learning about the lost gaps in human history, or trying to figure out secret religions that have been covered up for decades, or anything in between, every single concept is tailor-made for you, the individual. And even if in some of them you can't always be an active participant, you are designed to be the one true witness. Whenever talking about things like the human soul and eternity, it's really hard to kind of narrow it down to a place that we can grab it because it seems beyond our reach. When in actuality, if it's some hidden secret or supernatural knowledge we want to learn about, we have the key. The best way I heard this described is that everything is you and everything is me. Because in the entirety of human thought, there has never been one concept, theory, or idea that was made by humanity in the absence of humanity. In other words, don't spend your life worrying that you're missing out on something greater than yourself. Because according to the final understanding, you're right where you're supposed to be. And with that, we have the end of the conspiracy theory iceberg. While I was researching the final understanding, I normally do like word searches or phrase searches to see where they pop up online. And I found a Reddit post from 11 months ago where someone was asking about the final understanding, and a guy replied and said, I don't know, but there's this YouTuber Wendigoon who is currently doing a series on it. He just got done with the first episode, but one day he'll get there. So make sure you're watching when he does. And now, here I am, and I made it, and we all made it. And whenever I started, I never thought that I would get this far, yet here we are. And I just want to say to the guy who said that, and to everyone who was watching in the beginning, and everyone who picked up along the way, and to everyone who's here now, thank you for watching. So you're here at the end. You've made it through the entire series. I'm sure you feel like you've heard me talk for too long now, but I'm going to talk for just a little bit longer if that's okay. I started out YouTube as a pipe dream. Whenever I began this series, I had, I think, around 200 subscribers. And now, here at the end of this series, I have the golden plaque, and I'm over 1 million. And now there's been so many opportunities and doorways that have opened up for me, and I'm really blessed beyond belief with the life that I've been allowed to live, thanks to God and thanks to you guys for putting me into that position. And just to think about where I was when I started that series to where I am now, I'm so eternally grateful for what you all have given me. It really is overwhelming to have begun that just talking into a camera for fun. And now I'm still doing the same thing, but now I can make a living doing it. And I can tell you I'm not always going to be sitting in this exact corner making videos, because opportunities have opened up for me where I can go out and I can make interesting things that I think you all will enjoy. And I always want to keep it focused on talking about things that I like to talk about, because I think that's when I make the best content and when you guys enjoy it. And as I do that in the future, I'm always going to remember that that only exists because you guys sat down and watched a kid with a camera talk about weird conspiracy theories he found online. And that really is humbling. And it has truly been an honor to make videos for you all. And I am honored that you all have watched them enough that it has put me to this level. And I am extremely grateful. And if you've made it this far, thank you so much. And I hope that the time you've already invested in me
to add that in, but that is too cool not to, and we're moving on. Depression overriding seems really simple at first, but it's the spiritual implications that put it on this level. If you are depressed or sad or any negative emotion, and you manage to find a way within your head to flip that around into a positive emotion, that may not seem like a lot to you, but if you view things like energy and spiritualism as tangible things, then you just committed a form of spiritual alchemy. This relates to the idea that humans are a much more powerful creature than most of us realize. And if we're so concerned with things like the energy and the spiritual and the extra dimensions around us and everything else, we take for granted the little sort of miracles that we can perform. Things like turning a negative energy into a positive one. And if physical energy, as we understand it in physics, cannot be created or destroyed, then perhaps spiritual energy cannot be created or destroyed either, only converted. And by doing something as wild as converting negative energy, you're exercising a form of supernatural powers. So if you want to get really out there with all our postulations, take something like Virus 23 or the solar plexus clown glider or whatever, and imagine those mimetic agents that are meant to harm you. Well, if you have the capability to convert that into a positive force, then there's no telling what's possible now, is there? Incorings are referring Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the mass hysteria iceberg. Mass hysteria is most often described as an enhanced feeling of fear or panic that is transmitted through a population by either a real or perceived threat. The most common cases that we think of when it comes to mass hysteria tend to be about news reporters giving wrong information and causing people to freak out, or world leaders telling people that they're about to be invaded when they're actually not, etc. However, as we're going to see from this iceberg, mass hysteria is not exclusive to that and also includes things like psychosomatic illnesses. In other words, whenever someone thinks they have an illness and their body begins to show symptoms of it. Hysteria has led to some of the weirdest events in human history, and we're going to talk about some of them today. A couple things of note before we get started. For one, I am going to be using this iceberg pretty much as a guideline. Or in other words, I'm really interested in stories of mass hysteria where there seemed to be a very small or non-existent threat that caused a bunch of people to freak out, rather than like overreaction. For example, the first tier in this iceberg is stuff like Y2K or the Red Scare in the United States and other cases where people just kind of overreacted, and that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the weird stuff. So for that reason, I'm cutting out the first tier and we'll be using the majority of the iceberg while skipping over a few other terms. For example, one of the terms on a later tier is dihydrogen monoxide scares, which is just whenever news reporters said that there was dihydrogen monoxide in the water as a joke and people freaked out. Not really mass hysteria, just people being dumb. And as always on this channel, if I don't think it's interesting and don't think it's worth my time to relay to you, then I'm not going to talk about. However, there is another YouTuber who, in research for this iceberg, I figured out that they followed a slightly revised version of this iceberg to a T, and that is That Dane. I will link his video in the description. He has a ton of really cool icebergs on his channel, and his video over this iceberg was really good, so if you want to know about more of those points I skip over, check him out. I will also be adding some of my personal favorite cases of mass hysteria to this iceberg, because again, I think they're cool. The other thing I want to mention is as this iceberg goes down, we're going to get into some that are related to religious miracles or spiritual experiences, and if at any point in this video you feel that I'm discrediting your beliefs because it's under the label of mass hysteria, I am not saying that I am right and you are wrong. I'm just going with the sort of standard story that science explains it as. That doesn't mean that these can't be supernatural experiences. I'm just talking about the generally accepted ideas. But with all that being said, stick around as we're going to talk about some of the weirdest cases of mass delusion and panic in human history. But first of all, I need to make an announcement. So for starters, let me fix this. Now that's better. I'm excited to announce the new film from writer Evan Royalty and director Stephen Hancock, SCP Heretic. If you're watching this channel right now, then you've probably Probably heard about their previous works. The likes of SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord are some of the best movies ever put to YouTube. Not only are they incredibly well shot and edited movies in their own right, but they also serve as a love letter to the SCP community, one of the foundations of internet horror. Their new film, Heretic, is going to be the end of their trilogy and shaping up to be the biggest yet. Evan did a better job at describing the movie than I ever could, so I'm going to leave a link to his video about it in the description. There will be a link to the Heretic Kickstarter in the description. I myself will be donating, and any bit helps. And even if you can't donate, which is totally understandable, just sharing the Kickstarter or the video introduction to Heretic itself will certainly help get the ball rolling. These movies serve as a testament of what can be done by independent creators on this website, which is why I'm so honored to be talking about it now. As a matter of fact, I have a video coming out in the near future about the other films that they have done, so stay tuned for that. But for now, check out Evan's previous videos and check out the links in the description and be on the ground floor of something really amazing. Thank you for listening to this. It certainly is a labor of love, and hopefully you love it at least a little bit as much as I do. So check that out. I hope that you enjoyed, and we are back to the video. Probably, unless this is going in before the ad. In which case, here's the ad. But let me stop you right there for a second. Do you smell? No? Well, let me fix that. Because thanks to today's sponsor, you can smell like your favorite or least favorite fragrance, if you're into that sort of thing, with Scentbird. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to shop from over 600 designer brands, and for only $16 a month, you can have them delivered to your house with no hassle to you. Scentbird delivers up to 3 of your favorite colognes or perfumes to your door thanks to their subscription service, and you can skip the subscription any month you want and pick up right back the month after. They come in these very convenient twist-open cases, and as you can see here, this isn't just a sample size of perfume that you get at the mall, this is an entire month's supply of your favorite fragrance. The products I received this month are the Abercrombie & Fitch Fierce Cologne, the Scents of Wood Vetiver and Oak Cologne, as well as Prada's Luna Rosa Cologne. The Scents of Wood is my favorite out of this batch, mostly because I just enjoy the outdoors and the woods, if you couldn't tell by my everything. But several of these brands that they have to offer are like $500 for a bottle of cologne, but as you can see here, you can get a month's supply for 15 bucks. As a matter of fact, this Scents of Wood is $240 a bottle. But thanks to Scentbird, I was able to try it out and see if I want to invest that much money into it or just stay with their subscription service. And even if you don't know what kind of cologne or perfume you like, you can take Scentbird's quizzes on their website and then from there get a feel for what you may want to order for that month. And thanks to Scentbird, today if you go to the link in the description and use discount code Wendigoon3, you can get your first month for 55% off. That's right, for your first month you can have access to any of these designer fragrances for only $7. Scentbird is available in the US and Canada, so if you're in that region, get in on this amazing offer while you can. Again, link in the description. You really don't want to miss out. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you enjoyed. Check them out, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. There will also be a link to the original iceberg image in the description as well, and since I'm kind of breaking up the order of it and making it kind of my own, this is my tier 1. The strawberry sugar virus is related to a Portuguese TV show known as Strawberries with Sugar. The show was essentially a teen soap opera that dealt with high school kids and their day-to-day dramas, and for that reason the show was watched by a primarily preteen and child audience. In an episode that aired in May of 2006, the characters in the show began to develop an intense sickness. In the episode, the characters began to develop symptoms such as dizziness, trouble breathing, and rashes over their body. In the following days, across 14 different schools in Portugal, over 300 middle and high school students began to develop dizziness, trouble breathing, and rashes over their body. This caused several schools to temporarily close, believing that a disease was beginning an outbreak. However, other than a few kids who it turned out were just having an allergy attack, none of the children had any disease present in their body. Not only that, but the symptoms were only shown to be in middle school and high school students, meaning that this illness and its physical symptoms are believed to be entirely a case of mass hysteria across several kids in Portugal who just so happened to watch the same episode. The dancing plague of 1518 is probably the most famous case of mass hysteria, and there's good reason for it. In July of 1518 in Strasbourg, a woman only known in history as Frau Trophea began silently dancing in the middle of the town. Over the course of a week, she continued to silently dance in the middle of town, and about 36 people slowly joined her. Bystanders who saw the scene said that the people were not enjoying themselves, and as a matter of fact were very distressed and unable to stop moving. Doctors who showed up at the time, because understanding of medicine was limited at best, said that perhaps they just had really hot blood, because that was a thing that it was believed happened to people, and the best solution was to just dance even faster to get it out of their system. So to encourage more intense dancing, the town had a stage built and brought in musicians to play music, which made the problem a lot worse. With it becoming such a spectacle and now there being a performance at the same time, people began to join in on the dancing and were then unable to stop. This went on for 4 months, tallying up a total of 400 victims, with several of these people breaking their bones, collapsing, and even dying from exhaustion. Finally, in September, several of the men from the town began carrying the people who were still dancing up to the top of a mountain shrine where they were prayed over and assumedly stopped. The people of the time believed that Saint Vitus could curse people to the dancing plague, and some to even dance until they were dead. The historical guesses of the case aren't much better, as the two leading theories are perhaps it was a cult who secretly did this entire thing and danced until they were dead just to prove a point, or possibly a moldy bread that caused people to hallucinate, even though those exact symptoms have never been seen anywhere else in history. With no really good explanation of this case, many chalk it up to mass hysteria. The Hammersmith ghost refers to several sightings of a supposed ghost that would attack bystanders in Hammersmith, London. According to those that believed in the Hammersmith ghost, they said that someone had died in London the year before in 1802 and was not given a proper burial. Because of it, his ghost was attacking the people of the town. The official story was that it was a tall man wearing all white. However, there were several stories of the man having horns or glowing red eyes or wearing these long flowing white robes. Some of the earliest sightings were that of 2 women men who on separate occasions said they ran into the ghost and were so freaked out in the days following that they died of shock. Other people who said they were just walking around Hammersmith said the ghost would run at them from alleys and begin screaming and shouting, and everyone was afraid that the ghost was going to eventually start killing people. Because of this, several night patrols began to form these small mob groups throughout Hammersmith, and at night would patrol the streets trying to catch the ghost. This culminated when Francis Smith was patrolling the streets with a shotgun and saw a bricklayer walking towards him in his all-white uniform. Francis, believing this to be the ghost, quickly said something to the effect of "What are you? Who are you?" before he fired and killed the bricklayer. In the court trial that followed, the bricklayer's wife said that she had told her husband that he needs to cover up his all-white uniform or else one of the mobs will think he's the Hammersmith ghost. Quick side note about that court trial, by the way, it was one of the weirdest in British history because the argument was that he was not guilty by reason of intent, but then the court had this really long argument where they eventually came to the conclusion that intent to kill something is just as good in a murder case as intent to kill the person. And the jury originally returned with a verdict of manslaughter, and the judge said that wasn't allowed because he was either acquitted or meant to kill the bricklayer. So they then gave him first-degree murder, which carried out a sentence of hanging. But then the judge didn't know what to make of that, so he wrote a letter to the king, and the king ended up giving him 1 year of hard labor. So this guy went from manslaughter to first degree to a year of work. It actually reshaped a lot of UK law and wasn't really settled until a 1984 Court of Appeal. Keep in mind all this happened in 1804. Just fun story. During this trial, one man came forward saying that he was the Hammersmith ghost, but he had only ever dressed in a white bedsheet to scare somebody one time and never did it again, implying that perhaps while there was a ghost in the first place, the rest was just complete hysteria that ate up the town and made everyone go crazy. And after this court trial, there were no further sightings of the Hammersmith ghost. Junebug epidemic refers to a case in the 1960s at a textile factory in South Carolina. One day at this factory, the workers opened up a shipment from out of the country, to which whenever they opened it, a Junebug flew out. Later that day, a few workers complained of feeling nausea and dizziness as well as vomiting, and one of them identified having a bug bite on their arm. Connecting it to the aforementioned Junebug, several said that perhaps the Junebug had bit them and transferred some overseas sickness. In the next couple days, 62 people reported the exact same symptoms in the factory of vomiting, nausea, and dizziness, and some even had to be hospitalized. After going through thorough medical checkups, only a few of them had any bug bites on their body, and none of them had any notable diseases in their system. The official story is that patient 0 was bit by a bug, and being worried about the Junebug became ill from worry, to which after that, every subsequent person who became sick was simply sick on their own accord, meaning the Junebug epidemic was a phantom illness falsely blamed on a single Junebug. The 1983 West Bank fainting epidemic occurred on March the 21st of 1983. At a girls' school on the West Bank, 6 girls began coughing and feeling ill, saying that they smelled a foul odor. After this, other girls in the school also began coughing and saying that they could smell an odor as well. Several female soldiers came to escort these girls to a nearby hospital for a checkup, and during the escort, the soldiers reported similar symptoms as well. In all, on the first day, 32 people reported feeling sick, with some even fainting. Because of the intense political climate at the time, many of the nearby news sources began saying that this was a gas attack meant to kill or possibly sterilize the women at the school. Over the next few days throughout the West Bank, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem, people began reporting feeling sick and being poisoned by the poison that was mentioned on the news, with some developing fits of vomiting, rashes, and passing out across all of these cities. At this point, it began affecting both sides of the Israeli-Palestine conflict, so much so that they were declaring open war over it, accusing the other of gassing their citizens. In all, 943 people were hospitalized, and the United Nations had to step in to determine what the cause was. It was determined that perhaps on the first day of all of this at the original school, Perhaps there was a gas leak in the walls that caused the girls to become dizzy and feel faint. However, after this, despite 943 hospitalizations, there was no evidence of any gas or true vector of sickness in any cases reported. And the official story is that people were so worried by the events that took place at the school, a psychosomatic illness set in, and their body began developing symptoms that they thought they might acquire. The miracle of the sun occurred on October the 13th of 1917, when 3 local shepherd children said that Mother Mary was going to appear and perform miracles in Fatima, Portugal. According to these 3 children, they had spoken with Mother Mary, and she told them to round people up because she was going to make her power known before humanity. This went on for several weeks and became such a popular story in the region that it's confirmed historically that somewhere between 30 to 40,000 people showed up, with accounts at the time saying it was more than 100,000. According to all of the witnesses that were there that day, the sun began hurling itself down to earth before it stopped, zigzagged back up into place, and began shooting out colors of green, purple, blue, and other fiery apparitions. Many saw this as a legitimate miracle, and as a matter of fact, Pope Pius VII sent cardinals to check out the stories of Fatima, Portugal, and declared it an official canon miracle by the Catholic Church, with official historical records saying that maybe 40,000 people just were dumb and had no clue what they were looking at. I also have to mention that one of the lead scientific theories is that everyone just stared at the sun at the same time and didn't know what happens if you look at the sun, and that's what the miracle was. Just people staring at the sun for 10 minutes and hallucinating a bunch of colors. We are now on to tier 2, or at least the tier 2 that I've butchered this iceberg and turned it into. So we don't know the exact year that the meowing nuns took place, because a book written in 1844 as part of a medical text described the story as a recollection and happening sometime in the Middle Ages. According to that story, there was a convent of nuns in Central Europe where one day, for seemingly no reason, one girl decided to meow. The other nuns around her, thinking it was funny, joined her in the meowing. This continued to spread until eventually every single nun in the convent would join together for several hours of the day and meow loudly. The people of the nearby neighborhood asked them to stop, to which they would reply with meows, and eventually the town conscripted an army to go to the nuns with whips and threatened to beat them if they didn't stop because it was so annoying. This caused the nuns to stop, and the entire thing is considered mass hysteria in history. However, I like to think that this was just an elaborate troll because that's hilarious. The Halifax slasher was a phenomenon that happened in Halifax, England in November of 1938. It began when 2 women rushed home one night saying that they had been attacked by a man who chased them with a mallet. After this initial story spread across the papers, other women began reporting that they were being chased by somebody, although at first the slasher never gained any victims. Although several women who had cut clothing said that the slasher had chased them and they just managed to get away as he would cut the hem of their clothes. This gave him the name of the Halifax slasher, and similar to the Hammersmith ghost, mobs began to be formed in the streets to stop this man who was almost attempting to kill women. This is all well and good up until they started falsely accusing people of being the slasher, because these mobs would be out at night and see like a guy walking alone and be like, there he is, get him, and then like a bunch of people got beat up over that. One guy who was new to Halifax was so berated by people who stood outside of his house chanting for his death that the police had to escort him to and from work. Around the time that it got that intense, several of the women came forward saying that they lied about it and they had actually cut their clothes and they just wanted the attention. And from there, the Halifax slasher kind of died out, but it's historically remembered as a bunch of people who all got really mad and started beating people up and hunting down a killer when the killer never even existed. Or even if he did exist, never even killed someone. He was just like really bad at being a serial killer. Spring Hill Jack happened in London in 1837. A lot of these are people in like the British London, Halifax area just pretending that something interesting is happening. Anyway, In 1837, a woman claimed that she was attacked by a tall man in an alley who was very handsome and had a devilish laugh. The most striking detail being that the man had claws over his fingers. The next day, a similar looking man jumped in front of a carriage that was going down the street, causing the carriage to steer off the road and careen into a wall. According to onlookers, the man then laughed and leaped over a 9-foot wall to escape. This began the legend of Spring-Heeled Jack, and several people of London said that he was either a ghost or the devil causing mischief on Earth. The sightings became more and more elaborate, everyone maintaining the idea of him having claws on his hands, but others saying that he had the ability to breathe blue and white fire and had glowing red fire for eyes. The majority of stories were women following men into dark alleys who would then take off their coat and reveal themselves to be a tall, devil-looking figure who would breathe fire and in some cases cause women to die of fright. There were even stories of soldiers seeing a man bound through the woods and over walls some 20 feet tall. Despite all of this, no one in any of the sightings was ever identified, and sightings of Spring-Heeled Jack went from 1837 all the way to 1904, with spiritualists then and even now believing this to be a demon or the devil himself interacting with people on Earth, or as science says, a case of mass hysteria. The Belgium Coca-Cola crisis occurred in Belgium on June the 8th of 1999. That day at an elementary school in Belgium, 26 children at the same school said that they got headaches and became nauseous after drinking a Coke bottle that they said smelled funny. This story went to the news, and in the following days, hundreds of children all over Belgium also said that they became sick after drinking Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola launched a thorough investigation and found that there was absolutely nothing wrong with any of the drinks that were shipped out. Even examining the specific bottles that the children supposedly got sick on, and the only explanation being, perhaps with the first kids, the bottles were being stored in somewhere that had like a moldy air because it may have smelled a little funny, but there was nothing in the drink or on the bottle itself. And for all the hundreds of kids in the days following, there was absolutely zero explanation. However, Coca-Cola, never having dealt with a crisis like this before, didn't know the golden rule of customer service, which is the customer is always right, and instead made a PR announcement that all of your kids are lying to you, and this is actually a case of mass hysteria, and they're making it up, and you should tell them to shut up. I'm summarizing a little bit, but that was the basic gist. This made parents furious, saying that Coca-Cola was willingly poisoning their children and were now trying to cover it up. Because of this bad PR, over 30 million bottles of Coca-Cola products had to be recalled from Europe, and eventually the president of Coca-Cola was fired. But as stated before, there were no actual diseases or recognizable symptoms, and most people do believe, even if a little harsh, that it was a case of children experiencing hysteria. The Monkey Man of Delhi happened in May of 2001, where several people in New Delhi, India said that they were attacked by a monkey man. More specifically, people said that at night they would be attacked by a 4-foot-tall creature covered in black hair with a metal helmet and metal claws with glowing red eyes and buttons on its chest. They said that it would run at them, begin screaming and hitting them before it would begin leaping over buildings to get away. People in the region lost their minds over this. There began to be riots and protests saying that the government is trying to hide the Monkey Man from them. Mobs began to form in the streets at night trying to find the Monkey Man. And in one case, a short, bald monk was walking along the street at night when a mob saw him and nearly beat him to death, thinking him to be the Monkey Man. Dozens of people said that they had been attacked, and 3 people fell to their deaths when they were standing on buildings and began screaming that the Monkey Man is chasing them before they jumped off and died. But as you can imagine, no Monkey Man was ever found, and it's believed that the entire thing was a case of people getting too worked up over nothing. Biting nuns is the slightly more intense version of the meowing nuns thing. So this happened in 15th century Germany at a convent of nuns, and similar to the meowing nuns thing, one nun decided to bite another nun as a joke, to which that nun bit someone else, and like a zombie plague, eventually the entire convent of nuns was just biting each other. This story picked up notoriety as being weird, and messengers delivered it to other convents.
I'm gonna go eat. Bye-bye.